This offseason, the fans gave Ryan Poles an assignment. Get this thing right in the trenches. And he's doing just that. No more complaining. Let's get it cracking. Yo, no maniacs. Welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. And this one, I really I don't know what to say about this, man. This is a wild Wednesday, man, because I had stuff to do this morning and I couldn't really do what I normally do in the daytime, and that's get up a video at least by 12, maybe a little later or something like that. But I couldn't do it, and the news just went by me. And so I finally turned my phone on when everything calmed down around me, and I saw the kids left me a message, and I'm like, what? And so I looked, and we went and traded for Joe Thuney. And wow. I expected some things to happen, but those are two moves that I did not expect. And it tells me a few things that we'll get into tonight. But I'm happy about these moves. I'm extremely happy about them. Done the homework, done the tape, didn't have to do a whole lot, but I had some stuff to say about it, and we'll get into that shortly here. But it was wild. And I'm so happy with the moves that he's made so far. And it's setting up for some other things to happen in the next several days. And at the very beginning of free agency, this is really setting up a situation for us that we can be advantageous in the draft. I don't know, maybe we'll get into, the offseason scenario again if Keds wants to, man, because, we know some things now. We might move different knowing those things. And so, we'll see where it goes tonight, man. But thank you guys for being here, man. About to have a good show tonight, man. Have a good time. What are you guys drinking on? What y'all sipping on? Let me know. Pass it over to Triple R, who was to my right. And then we'll pass it to the Canuck.
Yeah, sipping on a little evening coffee. Cheers. What up to everybody? We'll be getting into everything. But first of all, to our Canuck friend from the north, kids. Sorry about what our country is doing to your country at the moment.
Going there? Let's talk about this finally. Let's talk.
Right now, man, they want to hear some Bear stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
We're gonna get into Bears for sure because there's been a whole bunch of Bears stuff. The big homie's done some things that, some of which I like, some of which I hate, some of which I love. We'll get into all of that stuff. But
first,
Trump.
Real life.
Man. Oh, man. So my prime minister sucks. We'll start it there. He sucks. He needs to go. And I don't know if this is a situation where Trump just straight up has a one-on-one personal hatred for this dude, for Trudeau, or if he really wants to take over my country in one way, shape, or form. Because you know what I mean? Like, he's making king moves right now. And when the king makes a move, what do? You go and you say, well, really, what are you bluffing about? What do you want, sir? What do you want, king? And we'll give it to you. We'll bow out, especially because we're Canadians and that's kind of just what we do. We acquiesce. We would absolutely acquiesce. The problem here is that he's saying it's fentanyl. And I kind of laugh because things to note. First one is you can just make that shit in a lab like Walter White. Like, anybody can make that stuff. So it ain't like, not to say none of it is coming from here. I'm sure maybe some of it is. But on the flip side, what nobody's talking about is like what's coming from y'all border into our side. So we don't manufacture guns here. People get shot though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, the guns are coming from your side over here, and we're complaining about stuff like fentanyl. It's crazy, but to really boil it down, the tariff situation is going to affect all of us at the consumer level. To stay away from really the real politics of it all. Tariffs equal taxation on goods. That's really what it works out to. So if you're worried about the cost of eggs right now, might get a little bit higher. If you're worried, because again, what's happening is basically he's putting a tax, and we're putting a tax back on it if we're talking about just regular old gasoline. So we produce a lot of the gas that winds up in the U.S. That goes through the motions. You all refine it. You actually sell it back to Canada at a premium. I haven't even started talking about the clear and obvious fact that the Canadian dollar is worth about 60 cents to the American dollar. So they're buying the oil as well as many other goods at a 40% discount plus a subsidy discount. So if we've got tariffs on your stuff, it's just to make up for like the fact our dollar's worth nothing. The US dollar is a trade dollar. It goes across the board. We have to trade in that money, so we're losing out every time we send something over there. So the other piece to all of this is trade deficit, and it makes a lot of sense. It's something to talk about. Trade deficit itself just basically means that Canadians are not buying a lot of stuff from the US. The US is buying a lot more Canadian stuff. Why? Because they get it at 40% on the dollar, right?
All I know is
40% off.
All I know is we need to read the room. We need to read the room. They ain't come here to hear that shit right now. I'm telling you that right now.
That's just too bad because this is extra sauce.
This is extra sauce. Triple R, line me up. I'm just getting it off my chest. Once it's off my chest, it's off, and we'll get full on into bear stuff. We got all night.
People want.
I'm just saying, it's crazy right now that there's a trade war against your number one and number two allies in the world. It's crazy, but I ultimately feel that this is just a move to consolidate a single North American currency. It's really what I believe that it is. Whether that actually requires annexing and taking over Mexico and Canada, that's another story. But the reality is, Trump hasn't given any idea or any indication as to what he really wants. Because, like I'm telling you, if fentanyl's getting over to the U.S., so are guns coming into Canada. So are other drugs coming into Canada from the U.S. It's about an even Steven situation from a border, positive loss situation when it comes to contraband. So I don't buy that. There's got to be something more. And if somebody said, "Yo, you know what? It's just because Trump hates Trudeau," I'd buy it because I hate him too. And there it is. There it is.
All right. Go
Well,
ahead.
straight from the mouth of a Canadian. Thank you very much, Canuck.
Anytime.
So yeah, that's where we're at. No maniacs. It's extra sauce. So we touch on current events that are happening in the world that are affecting us all. Because Jesus, I got some eggs. A dozen eggs was $9. I was like, wait, what? Wait, what?
Because that's well more expensive. And when I heard that, I was like, for real? Because that's well more expensive than it is here, which leads me to believe that we probably produce a lot of I know we produce a lot of the produce that goes over to the US. You clearly have your own produce too. But if we're backfilling the produce as well as the cost of it's really just the cost of oil. If the cost of oil goes up, the cost of gasoline goes up, and bringing them eggs from the farm to, to the grocery store
goes up.
It costs more money just to do that. So it's crazy. It's gonna be a little bit painful the next 4 years. I will give the Trump positive angle to this, and that's just it might make for more production and more jobs and things to that effect in the US. Possible. I can't say it's impossible. It's definitely possible. But between now and then, it's gonna hurt.
So like everybody who needs that hookup, that plug from the north of the border for your maple syrup, or
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I got your maple syrup. We'll give you a discount. 25 tariff prices, 25% off.
I'll tell you what, man. Look, I have no stomach for
Nick Rember got 5
right now whatsoever at all. I tell you what, we can tie some ends on it at the end of the show or later on. But holy shit, I don't want to talk about that bullshit right now. It makes my fucking stomach turn. To be honest with you, it really irritates me. I ain't gonna lie to you. The whole situation really irritates the living shit out of me. And but we came here to talk about some bears, so watch me burn this motherfucking rubber and turn this bitch hard to the right. Listen, we just made some big, strong moves that we expected Ryan Poles to make in the offseason And I don't know, kids. Hopefully, you watch some tape and you feel a little bit different about the private conversation we had about who was the guy that we just got, Jonah Jackson, and this move here. So let me not peel off the skin off the orange and give you guys something to peel at before I get started, man. Go whichever one of y'all want to go. Go ahead and start.
Go ahead, kids.
Had a feeling. So these two already got it cracking a little bit the other day. So, man, I was watching Sean. Shout out to the Superback, man. I was watching Sean Sierra this morning, and he literally echoed every feeling that I had this morning. And then Joe Tooney kind of popped off. So here's the deal. Minus Joe Tooney, I hated the Jonah Jackson situation. With Joe Tooney, I'm cool with it. So let me just make it all make sense. Right? If we're talking about you need a guard. You have a potential, in my opinion, a first-round draft pick, potential Pro Bowl type guard in Tevin Jenkins. You do. You just pay the guy. Instead, what they did is they found another guy who actually has a Pro Bowl, which is fine, but he's been just as injured, if not more, like substantially injured. Maybe not for as long time, but like the injuries are serious, right? A very injured individual.
Who's injured?
Jackson.
Jonah Jackson. He's not injured.
Right. He got injured at the very beginning of the season, came back in week 10 and played the rest of the season.
Week 10's pretty late. That's 10 games that he missed. It was a very.
But it's not an issue right now. Currently, it's not like we're getting some damaged goods or anything like that. I'd be more worried if he didn't come back and he's still ailing from those injuries. He came back fully healthy.
So
what are you saying, man? What are we talking about?
Here's what I'm saying. The same exact logic could be applied to Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins was hurt early in the season. He came back later in the season and played the rest of the season out. Fact is, he got hurt. And he was hurt the year before that. So was Jonah Jackson, right? And that's why they're cutting bait. This is the second time he was hurt. It wasn't the first time he was hurt.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 2 times? What are we talking about?
I believe it was a shoulder and a pec. It was something like that, or maybe a knee and a shoulder. 2 separate injuries, virtually back to back. He came back and got injured right away after. He missed the bulk of the 2023 season, and then 10 games in 2024. Right, so that's what we're talking about. Very similar individuals, these two guys. At the end of the day, especially if we're talking about just the injury case scenario. I believe in Tevin. I think Tevin's fantastic, and I think he will continue to be. I think they're just about as, one guy's just about as injury prone as the other guy. No. So what did Ryan Poles do? He went and he threw a bunch of money at him and also hoisted a 6th-round pick. Whereas the facts are, he could have just kept the other injured guy and kept the pick in his back pocket and backed him up with another guard, a late round guard, and like a Carson Vincent.
First of all, why are we throwing this at Ryan Poles? Ben Johnson is asking for this. He's getting him what he wants. What's he going to do? Say, no, I'm going to get you this guy. No, you give him exactly what he asked for.
Well, you do and you don't.
Oh,
sometimes you say, wait a minute, I got a guy who's just as injury prone as the other guy that I'm about to spend $17 million on. So here's what I'll do. I'll go get you Joe Tooney, which is what he did. So let's just make sense of it. And this is what I'm saying. In a vacuum, I think it was a dumb move. Step outside, step a little further back, and you add Joe Tooney into the picture, and I can go, okay, this actually works out.
Okay, how is it that because Joe Tooney is now there?
Hey there, Sean. What up, Sean?
What up, Sean? How is it that because you add Tooney, you're now okay with it? First, you were dead set against it. It's dumb and stupid. But now because Joe Tooney is here, you're okay with it. Tell me how that works.
For a bunch of reasons. The first one is like just what you were saying. Like if you gotta get Ben Johnson a linchpin guard, you did. His name's Joe Tooney. You know what I'm saying? Like that, he's a linchpin. He's also, and this is where things get really interesting. And the one part outside of just the fact that he's like a Ben Johnson guy that I do like about Jonah Jackson is that Jonah Jackson actually has had center snaps too, right? So worst come to worst, if you really need a center that's not named Ryan Bates and that's not named Coleman Shelton, you could always slide Mr. Jackson in there if you're nasty.
Wait, don't forget. Yeah, that's nasty. Don't forget what was the rookie that we just signed that was hurt from the commies that everybody was excited about, the center. That's also.
Thank you very much, Ricky Stromberg. But like much the same. Stromberg is also coming off a major injury, so we stinked him onto our team. Cool, but like let's really talk about this now. So Braxton Jones injured, Tevin Jenkins injured, gone. Jonah Jackson pretty well previously injured. He's fine now, but Ricky Stromberg injured. A lot of injury on that line. So you really need depth. But more importantly than just depth, you got leadership. Now I'm interested. This is where Joe Thuney kind of tips the scales for me, right? Now you got leadership, but moreover than just leadership, he can play the other two positions. He'll play the left tackle if he needs to. So worst come to worst, if everybody else is actually healthy and Braxton can't start the season, Joe can play left tackle, right? Joe can slide over to left guard. Now you got Bates, Jonah Jackson, and Joe Thuney potentially holding down that position. I'm interested now. Now I'm all right with this. I'm wondering, really, do they re-sign Matt Pryor? Because I think they should.
I think they tender him. Here's what I can tell you. Here's the only if you were to hear me have anything negative to say about any of this, I think the whole situation is great. This is what you want in the offseason. When you know you had an offensive line issue, you go get some tone setters. Go get some tone setters that can really beef up and shore up your interior line. A+ to me on both situations. The whole money situations, I'm not pocket watching. That's not my money. I don't give no shits about, who's spending what on who. Get the shit right. That's all I care about. Get the shit right. I'm talking about the football side of it. It's an A+. The football side of it. Now, here's the only thing that I would caution everybody about. Not to say that it's going to be a problem. I'm telling you guys right now, I could not find reps for either Jonah Jackson nor Joe Thuney on the right side of the ball. So in a sense, we just got two left guards that can play center.
That's where I'm falling into the category of I appreciate the fact that Ben Johnson, Coach Johnson, head coach, is like, yo, for my offense to work, I need somebody I'm familiar with, who's familiar with me, Jackson. His injury history is a thing. I mean, you just can't discount it and say, well, he's back, so he's all healthy now. It's like, no, his history has been he's hurt. We got hurt at home with Tevin Jenkins. So you get the 6th rounder, could that be a future starter in O-line? Possibly. But you got to give that up and you got to pay the guy who's been injured. Okay, but the head coach wants him. All right, Poles, go get him. I got it. And then you add Thuney into the mix for a 4th rounder next year, which is getting kind of expensive, and you got to pay him. And you're hoping that he has a little something left in the tank. The thing that irritates me about these moves is like, all right, we're gambling on somebody staying healthy and somebody not being too old to, play. He might have a year or two left in the tank, which is cool, but that's not building any continuity with this line right now. It's like a year stopgap there, or maybe 2 years. Yeah, if you got Jackson and Thuney now, that seems like you got, and also Bill Murray, who they tendered coming off of injury as well. So now you got 3, or even Karan Amagaji, drafted injured and got hurt. So is he left tackle, left guard?
That line.
You know what I mean? So it's like the whole thing is like, yo, can we get some guys that don't have an injury history? You know what I mean?
There's no such
because and it's also no such thing to ignore the business side of this. It's like you're not pocket watching. we all have the same pocket when it comes to this, and that's the cap, the salary cap. So how you disperse the resources, who gets what and how much, now you overpay this guy, and it's like, man, if we had the money, we could afford this guy, or you get in the salary cap trouble. So you have to be aware and knowledgeable and cognizant of the payroll aspects. What are you giving up in draft resources as well? How does that affect you long term as a team? Are you trying to rob Peter to pay Paul right now? And in the future, it's going to be like really messed up because everything's going to be out of whack. We don't know. Free agency starts next week. So, see what we'll do at center. Dahlman's the big name out there for right now. Or do we go with, a Sweat Williams on the defensive line? So, but sticking with the offensive line, I like the way that it's coming together. You got a veteran now, so maybe we can stop signing all these old fuckers in the mid-30s because we have a veteran now. So let's get young guys and coach them up so they can be veterans. That's where I want, the whole situation to flow. So you got a stopgap starter on the left side, maybe one on the right side. So it's still a work in progress, but it just seems like we're giving up a lot of resources for, 1-2 year guys. I mean, kids, pull up the last year's draft because we traded a fourth for Keenan Allen. What wide receivers would have gone, in that fourth round that we could have drafted young instead of paying the old guy for it? The same with this 6th rounder this year and the 4th rounder next year. What can we have gotten in the draft that could be better than these guys, or at least have a brighter future?
What we're doing is, in sense, is arguing really to the ether, because this is what the coach is asking for. It's not what Poles is doing. It's what the coach is asking him to go and get for him. And the coaches decided this is the direction he wanted to go. He felt like really, in a sense, we're only going to be paying Joe Thuney's salary for this year, and we'll have options after this year to either extend him or whatever we're going to do with him. That's in sense from what I learned of the situation. That's all it is. Jonah Jackson, he's there a little bit more for the long haul. You know what I mean? But he's there. They'll have an out with him in, I think, a year or two as well. And so it's not long-term. It's not a long-term situation for either one of these guys unless they turn it into one. What the title of the thumbnail is about, and I'm so glad they're doing it like this, getting a mixture of veteran help and bringing along this young talent, which I know they're going to go in the draft and get. To me, it's the best formula for success, especially keeping continuity along your offensive line. You're going to give something to get what you need. You give bullshit, you get bullshit. He's cheaped out in the last couple of seasons in this offensive line. And because we're giving up a couple of assets to get what we need, not what we want, what we need, I have zero problems with it. I'm not worrying about the dollar amount. Get this shit right. I just want to see some wins. If that means getting and going to pay a little bit extra for something that you really, really need, go pay for it. Don't be no punk about it out here in the free agency or the trade market. It's a couple of assets. That's it. It's a little bit of salary cap hit. I don't understand it. I'm so happy about this.
All right. So there's parts of this where, again, once Joe Thuney is thrown into the mix, there's parts of this that I agree with. The dollars and cents I'm not really extremely fussed about. I'll be honest with you. I just needed them to fix the O-line. So I'm okay with the dollars and cents. I'm not really okay with the draft capital. That's my problem with it. Now, in the case of Joe Thuney, you had to, Poles had to throw draft capital at them to get him. It's about that simple. He wasn't just going to be on the market. They would have figured something out or continue to pay him. So that one I'm fine with. Strangely, I'm fussed about a 6th round pick. It's a 6th rounder, but let's be real here. Trey Smith, I think, was a 7th rounder, right? Just to put out the realities. And you're a guy who watches a lot of film. You look at UFDAs all the time and find diamonds in the rough, or at least have conversations about them. If you know what you're doing out there with your picks, you can find some value there, especially in a deep class for guard. So, that's my real problem. It's more track record than anything else. he throws away a lot of quality picks, as in Ryan Poles, and that's my little beef. It's a long-standing beef. The beef is continued. The upside here is, I think we got more than I think. We got 2 Pro Bowlers on this offensive line, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the upside. 2 Pro Bowlers. So with any luck, those 2 guys can really be that protection that Caleb Williams needs. I'm a little worried again about Braxton, his injury, and the left tackle position now. A little bit more so than I am worried about the center position.
Hey kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to bet you, and I apologize for interrupting, but I'm willing to bet you that he's got a plan to reacquire some of this capital. I'm almost willing to bet, and it might not be to everybody's liking. If he ends up trading a player that everybody likes, I got a feeling he's going to get back at least some of that capital, at least one of those picks. I got a feeling, man. Ryan Poles is pretty good about that. When he gives up capital, the last couple of years he's been here, he finds a way to get that back. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a way. There's something on this roster that he's willing to give up to get some of that capital back and see something in the draft to replace that player.
Definitely the way Ryan Poles has been, riverboat gambler. He'll trade up, trade back. But with the amount of holes necessary, we need more bites at the apple. You need more scratch-offs for the lottery.
Yes, sir.
As I know, as Bears fans, we are hungry for wins and hungry for an O-line. I know I am. And, having 2 Pro Bowlers, it's like, yay! It's like, well, one is in his mid-30s and one has injury history. Oh, so it's not like we have a steamroller in front of Caleb Williams to protect him. It's better than what it has been. Jackson and Tooney are, probably the most talented guys on the interior, that we have. Whereas, Darnell Wright, we drafted him. He looks like a stud and he's penciled into the lineup. He's not even penciled into the lineup. He's written in ink, but some people are like, well, let's move him to left tackle and draft a right tackle. It's like, no, let the kid play right tackle. That's where he's good at. That's where he's comfortable. Don't mess with it. Just fix everything else. Braxton Jones can't squat like a regular offseason training because he's coming off of a, ankle injury where he got pins put in his ankle. So he's rehabbing and not working out. And we've seen what he is. And it's like, well, he's good in the run game, but he doesn't have an anchor. He didn't have an anchor when he was drafted. Here we are 3 going on 4 years later. He still doesn't have an anchor. So possibly he won't ever develop an anchor. And, that's fine for what he is. But we also got to understand that, yeah, he's good, but we can upgrade that position. So these 2 guys are upgrades. I'm not mad about it. And I get that, scared money don't make no money. So you got to spend something to get something. But it's like, we're just spending. And it's like, well, we got to see some returns.
Well, we haven't seen that part of the plan. And I'll address it in just a second. Kez, Jose Sanchez hollered at you. I started the comment.
Yeah, I actually read it through. I wanted to address that comment. I'm gonna read it out and address it specifically. Shout out to you, Jose. Big ups, man. Hey, kids, I believe that the Bears are making clear what their plan is in the draft. That's why they're making these moves rather than drafting and developing because they intend on competing now. So let's take that as it is. So I fully agree with the beginning on that. The competing now is still a massive question mark, right? It just is. You don't go from what we were this past season to deep into the playoffs. But maybe you do. Because really there's 2 more moves they need to make, in my opinion, and I'm about to line them up that I think really speak to this. So Nomad, you were just talking about it. They need to fix same with you, Trip. They need to fix left tackle. It's about that simple. They need to fix that and deal with it now, mainly because of everything you just said about Braxton. I'm not trying to really take anything away from Braxton. I just don't know how he's going to come back after that injury, especially with the lower half like you were describing. Got to have somebody to start at that position. I think that's probably one of the next two moves that Ryan Poles makes in free agency. Got to do that. I know everybody wants Drew Dahlman. I don't think he's going to do the center. Hate to burst the bubble. Don't think he's going to do the center now that these two guys are here. I think he either sticks with Coleman Shelton and Ricky Stromberg, knowing that in a worst-case scenario, Jonah Jackson can backfill, and so can Ryan Bates, right? You got two backfill scenarios at center right now, so you don't really have to spend the capital on it, but you can draft a center a little bit later, like Eli Cox, and like exactly the guy I'm thinking. You go get Eli Cox in the 6th or 7th round. Bring him on the team. You actually develop him behind 5 guys who can play center. Now we're talking about the center position, and you didn't spend a bunch of money on it. You did spend a bunch of money on the left tackle, the 2 guards, and the edge rusher. That's the next move, y'all. That's the next move.
So go ahead, Trips. You got something?
Well, I was just going to add, the way recent history's been going, don't sleep on us drafting the left tackle with the ACL, Simmons. You know what I mean? He's been injured, so
we're definitely drafting him for sure.
I think he's more guard than he is. Talking about Josh Simmons from Ohio State, right?
We're talking about anybody injured in the draft, basically.
Oh, yeah. But look, man, this is I really couldn't see. Here's the thing. This is why I'm late to judgment when it comes to these types of things, because we as fans, all we see is what we're giving up, and instead of acknowledging that we just grabbed 2 Pro Bowlers to protect this asset that we just got in the draft last year, quarterback. That's something to celebrate. Now, the dollar amount, that's a whole other conversation that we'll have once we fire up that simulator and all that. But I'm talking about the football, talking about that. And here's why I wouldn't complain about it yet. It's because we haven't seen the complete picture. All we see is the overlay. It's all we see. The overlay is all we see. We don't know what plan they have. Okay, Ben, you're asking me to go get these 2 guys, and it's going to cost us this. Okay, I need to develop a plan to at least try to get some of these assets back. What else can we do to really gin this thing up and make sure that we got, because we like this draft. I'm imagining they're liking it as much as I'm liking it, covering all these guys. I know it's a thick ass draft, guys. It is thick, full of nothing but talent. I mean, just pure. Some of these guys are day 1 starters on both sides of the ball. Now, what do we do so we can get back in this draft heavy? We're going to get you what you want, but what's the plan moving forward to get those assets back? Because I'm just believing 110% in my heart there's a move to be made or 2 that we don't know about. That's what I think. That's why I'm not complaining about it at all.
I smell what you're cooking, and I hate what you're cooking. I'm serious, because I'm not even going to address it. I'm going to skip over it, but there are. I'm looking at it now. There's not a lot they can do to really pull back a lot of cash. The 2 things I would be looking at is restructuring the big huge contracts, DJ Moore and Montez Sweat. If they can do that, they can really do some interesting stuff. If they can't get that restructure fashioned, then I would hate them to go down the lines where your brain is at. I'm not even going to do it.
What if it's this, kids? What if it's this? He's getting Ben the pieces that he needs early, and he's doing what Nick Rimbert is saying. Something I said on the video we just did earlier. He's setting this thing up so that Dennis Allen can eat in free agency and maybe in the draft. He's trying to get Ben Johnson out of the way early as best he can. So he's teeing it up for Dennis Allen. That's my thoughts when I seen the moves happen back to back like that.
So I can dig it. Really, what he's doing, and this is why I went with the 2 positions I just did and said probably not center. If he can address left tackle and defensive end, if he can address those 2, the reality is he's not beholden to any one position in the draft anymore. If you can get those 2 last ones done, he doesn't have to address defensive end in the draft. Doesn't have to address guard in the draft. Doesn't have to address left tackle in the draft.
But they're going to. They're going to.
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that he's not beholden to any one position. He can pick selectively out of whatever he wants if he addresses those other two roles, those other two holes. Call it what you will. That's what I think that's what I think these moves are, and that's what I think he's moving to. If you're not beholden to any one position in the draft, you can draft best player available across the board and not feel any kind of way about it.
Ain't that the way we've been trying to set it up the whole offseason, with the mindset that we would attack most of the needs, if not all of them, in free agency, and so that you don't have to be greedy when we go to the mock. You know,
that's 1,000,000,000% what I've been trying to do, and that's why we do the exercise first, so that when we get to the actual draft case scenario, it's a lot easier to pick and choose what's available, as opposed to being beholden to, I need to get a X here now. There's really, like, what happens if he fixes the other two holes is 3 positions become a bit more prominent, maybe 4. Running back, so drafting a Genti isn't crazy early, just isn't. Safety, you want to backfill Jaquan Brisker. Tight end, you don't have another tight end besides Cole Kmet on the squad. And linebacker, because you just let go of Jack Sanborn. And it can literally go in that order.
They're making something shake, man. They're making something shake. And I just know this, man. I just don't think we see the total picture. I think that's why everybody's reaction is a little bit different, because I'm seeing, I try to be one of those people that can see around corners, man. And this the way I think. I'm always thinking like that. You know, I mean, I'm trying to look around the corner and see, you know, all these moves have principle to it. You know, number one, we needed the help big time. We got 2 Pro Bowlers. Number 2, we definitely need to keep those assets if we can keep them. So you and Tripp's point is valid, but at the same time, again, it's us not knowing the big picture. It makes us respond in a certain way. That's what I think is going on here. We just haven't seen anything but the overlay, and the bigger picture is later on.
What is in the chat here on the Nomad Network? Christopher House, never seen so many internet general managers. Dude, this is the internet. I mean, we're general managers, we're coaches, we're scouts, you know, we're trainers. We all have opinions, you know, and just like everybody's a-hole, you know, everybody has an opinion, you know, just like an a-hole, and they all look like you, Christopher. So
no, that's Tripp's opinion, not mine.
Man, I'm loving Trip because Christopher House is eating my lunch right now in the chat, and it's fine. It's fine. It tends to happen sometimes, but here's the reality, Chris. Basically, I have to pull myself off the ledge with Ryan Poles like when they retained him. Like, I'll just be honest, I was done. I was like, forget this guy. He sucks. At this point, I'm slowly reeling myself off the ledge, and I love the Joe Thuney thing. I do. I think it's a great move. Hype about it. I think it's going to work out. Wasn't very impressed by the other move, but together, again, that means that we got two Pro Bowlers on this line. Heck of a lot more protection for the young kid throwing the rock. I'm a bit more hyped about it now. I'm a bit more happy. But if he can do the other 2 things, sky's the limit for the draft. So, you know, if I was making it boring before, hopefully it's not so boring, because if sky's the limit and he's not beholden to any one position, we can all take a deep breath and stop scouting offensive linemen for a minute. You know what I'm saying? When we're doing our drafts, we can take a step back and say, wait, if you get one, we're good.
I don't know that we can, man, because, you know, that's the interior, man. You know, there is that.
I'm not saying he shouldn't address it at all, right? I'm just saying that the way things were looking, like if he didn't make these 2 moves this week, he probably had to double, if not triple, maybe even quadruple down on the offensive line in this draft. Now he doesn't have to do so. And that's Like, that's key. He can save an offensive lineman for next season. He still has Karan in the back that somebody hopefully can train up. Guess what? Just put 2 Pro Bowlers on the line that might be able to help train up that kid. So I'm actually once I heard Joe Tooney today, I was like, all right, bruh. Okay, you did this knowing you were gonna go get Tooney tomorrow, and that makes this make so much more sense.
I do believe that there's another guy out there in free agency, and this I said this on the video earlier, talking about it was about giving Dennis Allen his run on some defensive players to get. But while I was having that conversation in that video, I was talking about one of the things that to me has been a struggle and has been an obvious one is the fact that we've got at least one starting tackle, and that's Darnell Wright. And I guess they feel like in that building that they may have another in Braxton Jones. I don't know. But here's the thing that I always thought was a problem. They have no palette to work from. They got nothing there as a piece of structure to say that I can bring these guys along. There's veterans out there. I put a short out there today when me and Kez were talking about, the idea of Teron Armstead, being a guy that's had Dan Roshar, experience. He's 34 years old, but that's the perfect 1 year. I can bring this guy in here and get these guys where they need to be. That's a perfect situation for us. But I do believe we're a veteran tackle in this free agent market away from really getting this thing solidified along with the center. You know what I mean? I think the center, here's another little thing to think about. We don't know at all that either Joe Tooney or Jonah Jackson is being eyeballed to play center. I know nobody wants to hear that. Everybody thinks we need to go ahead and draft a center and start working with him. But I don't know that either one of those guys is not getting eyeballed for that. Joe Tooney played center very well when he was at Kansas City, when he had to go over there and do that job. Just had to put it out there. Jonah Jackson did it, but I wouldn't say well. Looking at the tape, that's a thing. That's a thing, bro.
Yeah, like I'm with you, but I'm not with you. Like I wouldn't put Joe Tooney at center.
I'm not putting anybody anywhere. I'm just saying the possibilities are out there.
Yes, I the possibility of him at left tackle is there. He's definitely played that, and he's played that very well. So like I wouldn't preclude that. I think that's a great idea if the need be. But like I say, I didn't realize that Tooney also played center. So what we're talking about is Joe Tooney, Ryan Bates, Coleman Shelton, Ricky Stromberg, and Jonah Jackson have all taken center snaps in the NFL. That's a pretty deep center situation, right?
Well, but now look at Rex Smith is saying here in the chat, leave Tooney at left guard where he's a Hall of Fame player.
I'm with
you don't want to be, mixing guys around. So you got Wright at right tackle, you got Tooney at left guard, and the rest is still to be determined.
Yeah. Well, and Braxton Jones, or sorry, you said right. My bad. Yeah.
I'm not putting him anywhere, guys. I'm just saying, I don't know exactly how they plan to assemble this thing, how they identified these two pieces. What Ben Johnson and Dan Roshar want to do with those two pieces is anybody's guess. We just assume one of them's going to play left guard, one of them's going to play right guard, and that's the natural response. I got the same thoughts. Who's going to play which one? Who knows? But somebody's going to have to play center. Maybe that center ain't on the roster yet. We don't know. But there could be that world where they're teeing this thing up to get Dahlman. No, that is out there. They do spend some more money and get Dahlman next. I'd be okay with it.
In the grasp, I'm so with that. With this scenario, a tackle in the second round with either pick number 30, 39, or 41, and a center in the 5th round, or maybe even later. Again, Eli Cox is projected a little bit later than that. I'm totally with that. If they still are able to get 2 more offensive linemen in this draft at the 2 positions of need, which in my opinion are those 2 positions, they can focus on the other remaining question marks on this team: running back, safety, tight end. Linebacker.
Defensive tackle, defensive end.
DT. You're right.
I'm glad y'all brought that up because I got some ideas. I'm gonna go through these one by one. One of them we already had a little conversation about, but since we're here, we got to talk about this. Now, this is some of the guys that have been cut more recently. This cut's probably happened a couple weeks ago now. But Preston Smith, he's 6'3", 6'4", about 265, 270 pounds. Perfect fit for Dennis Allen's defense. He's got an annual salary of an average of $13 million. Guaranteed, he's not going to get that on the market this time around. It's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $9 to $10 million, if that. And this is going to be one of those situations where in the second part of free agency, there's going to be that first phase, that second phase, and that late phase where they start, when guys really start filling out their rosters, when you start picking up guys that you really want to, beef your end of your roster up with. This guy is probably going to end up in that second phase. I don't know how you guys – I know how Kez thinks because he sees a Green Bay Packer jersey. But with that aside,
he's just like me. Black Diamond.
with that aside, I think the player – I just look at tape. I don't give a damn where they come from. Just get the damn roster better. That's how I think. And I think highly of Preston Smith. Always have, even when he was at Green Bay. He's out there, and the possibilities are there. What do y'all think about
it? How old is he?
He's I want to say 28, 29. I'm not sure. Might be 30.
You lying.
I'm not sure. I can't tell you.
I'll verify. Keep going, Triple
R. It depends on the goal and the purpose. Are we just trying to get over the hump with 1-year guys, or are we looking to actually develop a team?
Roster better.
Well, the roster better for how long? I mean, so we sign, let's just hypothetically, we sign Preston Smith. So now we have him for a year or two taking up a roster spot instead of somebody who can develop. I mean, pulling in all these old guys is fine for that 1 year, but it does nothing for future, growth and development of your younger players because they're not even on the roster because you got all these old fuckers taking up the spots.
Triple R, how old do you think he is?
Preston Smith, 32.
You boom. I knew you knew it too. Like, no one should undersell it. Good try, though.
I ain't underselling shit. I just didn't know his age. To be honest with you. I mean, he's just look, man, I'm not bringing this up to say that we need to sign Preston Smith.
Well, no, the question is, though, if just hypothetically, if Smith's the guy, what does this do for the team in 2 years or 3 years? Or is it just a 1 year, sign?
It's going to be a 1 year deal, man. He's 32 years old.
So then what's the purpose?
What the purpose is, you're gonna draft young guys that need to learn the position. You got to get a mixture of veterans and youth on your roster. To me, those are the best rosters in the world.
In every room,
they've got a guy. Yes, you need veterans.
Yeah, so that also makes your team old as hell.
Dude. Okay. I'm gonna leave that alone. And get to the next guy because Trip ain't gonna change.
No, but if you got, old, veterans on the offensive line, now you got to have veterans on the defensive line, defensive end, a veteran safety, veteran linebackers. It's like, well, how and where is the youth?
Just because you're signing a guy doesn't necessarily mean you're signing that guy to be a starter.
Well, yeah, but
these guys could be somebody that's. I like the reports I'm getting about this guy, and I believe him in the room would say Austin Booker or whoever else that they draft. I like my chances with this veteran in the room, learning the tricks of the trade from. It's not simply about I'm going to draft this guy because I want to start him, and these young guys ain't going to get any reps. Nah, it's about you got to have guys in the building that can teach these guys the tricks of the trade.
Isn't that what we pay coaches for?
Not only the football stuff, Trips, but how to be a goddamn pro.
That's what we pay the coaches
to learn that shit. And
so how many veteran free agents are like, yeah, I want to go to this team so I can teach these young kids how to play, or I want to go to this team and get paid, or I want to go to this team and win? How many guys are like, yeah, I'm an old guy, so it's my duty to teach the young guy. It's like these fuckers are trying to take my job. Why should I teach them anything?
That's not how all of them think. He's
Well,
crazy.
in this
So
case,
I would say you guys don't
old enough,
appreciate
he's
this
just
one
at
at
that
all, but I got more. How about this?
all right, okay.
Wait, what was you saying, kids? Just real quick.
I was just saying he's at that age where like he can't really expect nothing. He can't expect to start. He also can't necessarily command that $13 million starter money either. So it'll be a bit of a rude awakening for Preston Smith this offseason. It just will. But I will also say that I do have faith that he'll put on a really good showing wherever he winds up this season.
All I can tell y'all is I can see how, signings like this, and it doesn't have to be this guy in particular, but signings like this, when I look at teams like, especially like ours, man, we had a pretty young roster, man, and I just didn't see enough veterans in all those rooms to really be able to bring up, and that's one of the rooms. You got Montez Sweat of the world, but Montez Sweat's not that kind of guy. He's soft spoken and he's probably one of them type of guys and ain't gonna tell you shit unless you come and ask him. Then you got forward guys, it's just some guys out there that I know that can bring up a room just because they've been there, done it, teach them how to, the tricks of the trade and learn how to be pros, man. That kind of shit's valuable, man. But that's an idea. Preston Smith is out there, average salary of $13 million. He's cut, he's out there. And so let me take this down right quick and get to the next guy. Here's another guy. This is very, I would just say this is in the line of more realistic than probably anything I'll put on the board tonight. But defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, he has the experience with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen knows the player. He's a 3-tech. Average salary per year is $9.7 million. He's cut from the Bengals. He's out there. At $9.7 million, I should have put the ages on there, but Sheldon Rankins, I would just say he's somewhere between 28 and 30 years old, if that. He's somewhere in that neighborhood, about 28, 30 years old. But
I may have been wrong, but didn't he? It could have been another guy considering retirement.
Not Sheldon Rankins.
Okay.
He's younger than you think.
How old is he? 28? 27?
No, he's 30. He's 30. Okay.
Another guy, man. Toolsy, been around, seen it all. He's got system experience with Dennis Allen. It's another one of those cap casualties. There's ways to get this roster better, and this is one of the areas that helps you. Those cap casualties, and you can bring a guy onto your roster. It ain't gonna cost you a whole hell of a lot. I'm gonna say that Sheldon Rankins, his value is gonna be somewhere right around what it says on the screen, because when I look at his tape, I don't see a step back whatsoever. I think Sheldon Rankins still has what he had when he came in this league. He's a hell of a 3-tech and can really get after the quarterback. He's got a bag, and he's valuable. He had a down year and in Cincinnati, but I seen nothing in his play that told me that this guy is okay, less than what he was when he came in the league. But this is one of those opportunities as well.
So he only played 7 games in Cincinnati this season. I'm not sure what's up with that, but that might, in my opinion, that clearly speaks to the down year. I don't see any injury history. I don't see that. Let me see. Oh no, illness. Yeah, he had a problem in 2024. Just getting onto the field. So there's that. I think it'd be a great addition to the squad. We need somebody at DT. We definitely do, but hopefully that injury situation doesn't continue on. I'm really unclear on what it just says illness. I don't know what that equates to, but
probably some shit going on, and it was a bad place for him and wasn't a good fit for him, and they was just, usually when I see shit like that, somebody don't like somebody, and this is just what happened on paper. That's typically what happens.
Like what Crimson is saying, I hope they stop with the 1-year deals for tossed away players. Yeah. And it's like, I understand that sometimes you have talented players who just get, lost in a wash because of personalities, because of scheme fits, because of cap issues. So you can find talent that has been, released. because the team had to release him, even though they may not have wanted to. But yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of a lot of 1-year deals, because it's like, all right, we hope that you perform this year and good luck, and we'll find your replacement. The Sheldon Rankins I did, let's say $9 million. I would probably want to spend more money on a Williams in free agency because he's gonna be more productive. So yeah, I'm willing to spend, just spend it in worthwhile places.
All right. Anything else on Sheldon Rankins?
Not specifically, but again, we do need to hit that position has to be touched in some capacity. I just don't know if it's with this particular human being.
All right. So let's get to the next guy, and this one is a little bit. This guy, this one's a little bit more. So I'm gonna put this back up. I put this up before, and we're gonna talk about it again. Jonathan Allen they gave him permission to seek a trade. And so since we had that conversation, I knew that it was a potential that he would be a cap casualty at some point because of the salary, and they're trying to get some shit. I think they're trying to get a dominant receiver in there. I don't think Washington's done, but they apparently gave him permission to seek a trade. And, Jonathan Allen is probably there's a good chance that it might happen, but there's also a slight chance that he hits the free agent market. Now, what do you guys think of the player and, both free agency or making a trade? I don't think they're in a position to really make a trade for him right now.
I could see a team that really wanted him would give up a later round pick for him, but we keep giving away or trading away all of our picks, so we can't keep doing that. That's not sustainable fiscally, or resource management wise. Depending on, how much money he wants, you stack them up against the available defensive tackles and defensive ends and figure out where you want to, expend most of that capital. Do you want to go with the 30-year-old Allen or Williams or Sweat, speaking specifically on the D-line? So it's just, what do they want? How long do they want it for? And what are the other options?
Okay. As much as backpedal now, hate this. Flip-flopping here. So last time you showed this guy, I was like, absolutely not, don't do it. Keep your damn capital in your jeans. If you could get him for a 5th round pick either this year or next year, I would not be angry about it.
We don't have a 5th round pick this year. We traded it for Booker last year.
Imagine that. Imagine that. So if they could get him for a 5th round pick next year, I would not be angry about it. That's probably the best way that I could put it.
Get who for a 5th round pick next year? Jonathan Allen. He's going to be gone, man. He's going to be either traded or out here on the free agent market. He won't be a Commander.
Well, if they give him a 5th round pick, he'll be traded.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. They take a 5th round pick for him.
Well, so they either take a 5th round pick, or you let him walk for nothing.
That's probably what's going to happen.
So they're going to let him walk for nothing
because he's a dog, man. You got to hold on to the very end with a guy like this. Jonathan Allen's a dog.
So why would you let him walk for nothing and not take a 5th round pick instead?
Because you're trying to shake the tree, and trying to that 5th round pick ain't sufficient.
But okay. It's not sufficient versus nothing.
Well, at the end now, if we getting out to the last hours of the free agency period and nothing else comes in the then you take it, of course, instead of getting nothing. But I don't think that's going to be like this motherfucker's a dog, dude. He's going to get offered more than a 5th round pick.
Contract wise, what you think he'd be expecting?
Ooh, somewhere in the neighborhood of
15 mil. A little bit lower, about 15.
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah, he's worth it, man. You know what I mean? If you really want to, I'm all about getting the dogs on the roster. I let them worry about the goddamn dollar value and all that kind of stuff. You talking about a dog? I want to see a dog dogs on this roster. This dude's a dog. I just had to throw it out there for y'all just so we can chew on that bone a little bit. I like the idea. As soon as I heard he might be available in on the free agent market as a cap casualty, I got excited. But when I heard that he was, being offered out there to find a trade partner, now I'm just like, would they do that? You know what I mean? Because he's definitely a Dennis Allen type. Strong at the point of attack, can play nose or 3 tech. He's one of those guys, man. But we'll see what happens, man. I think this is an interesting one to pay attention to and keep following moving forward. Here's another guy. It's the last one we'll talk about, and then we'll keep it moving. You guys might get excited about this one. Roy Robinson Harris.
Yeah.
He's out there, bros. He's out there. He is out there. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start this one off the way it needs to be started off. I was upset the minute and the second I heard that he wasn't going to be re-signed. Because I was just like, this dude got so much upside in him. And every time I turn on his tape, whether it's in the Jacksonville tape really stands out to me. But the Seattle tape was pretty decent too. This guy has done nothing but get better and better and better the entire time he's been in the league, which is what I knew he would based on the traits that I saw when they first got Roy Robinson. It really upset me, man, when they let this guy go. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? This guy's got a tremendous upside. And now we got a chance to bring him home. It's just one of those, I guess he's just one of those personal things. Me as a Bears fan, one of those, I still got the vapors from him leaving in the first place. But what do you guys think about this?
All up in your feels, catching the vapors.
I ain't gonna lie.
He's all right. It's not something that's like, oh yeah, we get this guy, he's gonna, change the defensive line. He's a guy. He's not gonna be a Pro Bowler or even push that issue, that envelope. He's a decent player, who could be good in a rotation.
Love this guy. Love Akeem Hicks more. Understood when they let him go. He definitely played himself into a bigger contract with somebody else that the Bears just wasn't in a position to take on. And it was about that simple. Much like Nick Kwiatkowski at the time. I think they both got let go at the same time. Difference being, both of them signed bigger contracts with their respective teams. One went to the Raiders, the other went to Jacksonville. Fact is, one of them continued to climb and get better, and the other one, unfortunately, did not. Didn't work out for Kwiatkowski. Definitely worked out for Roy Robertson Harris. We need to fix this particular position by hook or by crook. I'm with it, but the reality is I would rather us draft a couple of DTs. That's just sort of where my heart is. I like the DT group this time around in the draft. I'll be honest. It's pretty deep. I think we can really do some damage, especially because we really need a nose more so than anything else. So that's where my fingers are. And y'all see what's going on in the chat right now?
I'm about to get to it right now. Just give me a second.
All right.
Kids, this is one last thing I just want to layer this on. The beautiful thing about Roy Robinson Harris in this system is he's a tweener. He's only like 290 pounds. It's like 6'5", 6'6", 290 pounds. And he can give it to you from the interior. And he can definitely get on the edge out, even at 5 and 9 technique. I've seen him do it. This guy can give it to you. He's a tweener and he's versatile. Yes. That's why I think he's probably more valuable. I mean, pound for pound of all these guys I just put on the screen, he's probably more valuable than them all. And that includes Jonathan Allen. I think the world of Jonathan Allen, but I think he's strictly an interior tackle. This guy's an interior tackle. You can play him at 1, you can play him at 3, you can play him at 5, you can play him at 9, you can play him at any of those techniques, and he'll give it to your ass. I'm telling you, I've seen it on film. Roy Robinson Harris, he's more valuable than people think, man. I think he brings something to the table. I'd love to see that dude come back here, not because he was a former Bear and I liked him then, but I just look at the tape and that's the Bible. This guy can play, man. He can bring something to this concept.
How old is he?
Oh, he's got to be about 29, 30 now.
Now, let me ask you this. In your draft prognostication and tape review, do you think that there are other physical comparables to Robinson Harris that we can get later in the draft?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
That's it.
I
All
can,
right.
I can think of quite a few, as a matter of fact. Like
All right.
the one that comes off this one come right off the top of my head is TJ Sanders. He's about the same. TJ might be a couple of inches shorter than him, but the same kind of, I guess you can say, traits. Inside, outside, he can give it to you from anywhere along that defensive line. He'll serve your ass. And he's got those same types of traits. TJ Sanders from South Carolina.
You know, I wouldn't much, and approximately where is he projected in the draft?
TJ Sanders?
Yeah.
Probably second or third round, maybe. Maybe he might not get out late first, somewhere in the second. If he gets to the third round, he's slid bad, and that's somebody's fucking up. If he gets to the third round, somebody's fucking up bad.
Yeah, he's like late 62, so late second round.
Okay. That's right about what I thought. But yeah, he's got similar traits. I think you have to watch him on tape, but TJ Sanders is one of there's several guys I can think that is like Roy Robinson has. But I guess we got some breaking news. Let me get to a star comment here. Let me get to it. Oh, Joey Bosa. Let me get this.
Remember,
Joey Bosa. Now I'm gonna start this one off. I don't think Joey Bosa is worth. Now he puts up production when he's healthy. Now I'll just say that when he's healthy and he's out there on the field, he can get production. I'm talking about production, meaning he can get after the quarterback. Here's where I think he comes up short to me. He'll get the shit washed out of him. I checked him out. He'll get the shit washed out of him in the run game. He cannot set the edge in this defense. He'll get washed out of the play. And I know he's got that name recognition that everybody likes and everybody appreciates. And I do too. But at the same time, when you look at the film and what they run in a 3-4 set, he'd have to play basically hand in the dirt all the time, pretty much here. And he's got to set the edge, and he's not strong enough. He gets wiped clean out of the play. I checked him out and I seen it. But I like Joey Bosa as a pure pass rusher. Let's say we can get him on the roster for $5 million and put him in the NASCAR package and have him rush on third downs, and he doesn't have to play. To me, he's at that point in his career where he needs to be on a team where he's not that guy. You know what I mean? He's a part of a trio of guys, and he can get in there and be effective that way. I think that's where he is. I don't know how him and his agent considers where he is. He might think he's still that guy, but I don't think he is. And I just don't.
You nailed it, right? He definitely thinks he is. I'm just going to give you guys some of the stats here that kind of proves he ain't. Let's start with at the beginning. Joey Bosa, 2017, 852 snaps, 16 games played, 16 games started, 70 total tackles, 13 sacks. That's a freaking dog. We're going to skip over 2018 and go to 2019. Very similar. 16 games played, 16 games started, 846 snaps, 12 sacks, 67 tackles total. Dog. Then things start to go in the other direction. We're going to go to 2021. Again, 16 and 16, 848, 11 sacks, 51 tackles. But once we get to 2022, Joey Bosa falls off the map. It's just the facts, right? Five games played, 4 games started. So he didn't even start one of the games he played, which is crazy. 165 snaps as opposed to 800 plus in those other years I was showing y'all. 3 sacks, 10 tackles. That's not worth big, $18 million type, salary. It's just not commensurate of that. 9 games played, 5 started, 320 snaps, 7 sacks, 20 total tackles. 22 tackles in 2024, 5 sacks in 2024, 14 games played, 9 started, 456 snaps. So he's basically playing about 50% of the snaps that he started out playing at this point in his career. He's getting approximately 50%, if not less than that, with respect to the sacks that he's putting on, and the tackle number has dropped significantly. So he's definitely, him and his agent are definitely going to want, decent money. They're going to try and get that. I'm not so sure.
He ain't getting it.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's getting it. I think he's worth maybe what you said, like $5 million. I think that's a real good call.
And not only that, and you're not even going to get asked to come in here and be a starter. You'll be a rotational piece.
As a rotational piece, Joey Bosa is a blessing. Outside of that, you don't want to pay, $13+ million, whatever. So his average salary, y'all, $20 million a year. I don't think anybody's trying to pay that for Joey Bosa at this point. And he's only 29. Just reality.
Sad.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. Can't have one of them trickster ass agents that's trying to tell you you're worth more than what you are. Proof is in the pudding. Can't just laid it out for you. You got to have production and consistent production, man. That topsy-turvy ass, we can count on Joey Bosa when we can count on him. In the big game, you need a healthy guy that can get after the quarterback and he's just not that guy to me. He's just not. He never was, but that's just how I feel about him.
Bro, no, like I played it out. He was. There was a few years there where he really showed out and proved it. And then again, these last 3 years consistently, it just kind of got worse and worse and worse. Not much you can really do about that other than not pay $20 million for that type of production. So hopefully if he does wind up at the Bears, he winds up here on a friendly deal and more or less proves himself back to being what he was in 2017.
The whole concept of the prove it deals or the team friendly deals, and it's like, as a player, it's like, hey, fuck you, pay me. Because guess what? How many years do I have left in this game? You look at the talent that has been released, because guess what? They're older and expensive. So now they have to acquiesce to other teams what they're willing to pay them. Or, teams will find a rookie to replace them.
Yeah.
So that whole, well, I did this in my career. I want this much money. It's like, well, people in hell want ice water. Don't mean they get none of that shit. So Bosa he had a name once in a while, but he's living off of that. And it's like, yeah, I ain't trying to pay him for that. Go on with that bullshit.
Yeah, he's not. I'll stay far away from Joey Bosa if it's me, and I'm not anywhere near Hallis Hall, and I don't make the calls, but Joey Bosa never was that guy to me. I thought he was a pass rusher only in a 3-4 defense. Even before he came out, that's what I evaluated him as. And there's several guys that fit that bill in this draft right now that are probably going to get drafted to some team that doesn't fit them. At least Joey Bosa can say he went to a team where the scheme fit what he was doing. Now you got Jim Harbaugh in there. He's rehauling that thing, and he's just trying to cut some of that fat off the end of that thing. And that's just one of those pieces. And, I don't know, like Trips, I don't know if you got a chance if we talked about Jack Sanborn, but he's not getting tendered. And so I don't know, kids, have we spoken about that? But he's not going to get tendered. And he's probably not going to be a Bear moving forward. He might get through free agency and they might offer him something again, but I don't see it.
That sucks. And it really depends on who you are and where you sit. I love Jack Sanborn. I thought he played the Sam efficiently with tenacity. I really did. Now, I'm just going to sort of say, thank you for your service, Sangad. You really did the darn thing. Blessings to you and wherever you wind up. Just give you a good little send off there. The upside for a guy like Nomad and or potentially Dennis Allen is that this does open the roster a little bit for a guy like Noah Sewell to get an opportunity. Me personally, I don't really believe the Noah Sewell experiment, but we're gonna find out what it looks like. He just hasn't quite done enough for me to really believe that he's gonna fill the Jack Sanborn's shoes at this present time. But again, maybe I'm completely wrong, and maybe he just simply shows out. I think a guy like Eamon Agbagbamiga might wind up stepping up over him. I love the way that kid plays the position. Same token, this also begs that maybe they might be looking at a linebacker somewhere, whether low wallet share in free agency or in the draft. Because
what about the linebacker that Paul signed from KC that was a special teams guy, but he's a linebacker?
Who that? I must have missed.
What's his name? It was a Kansas City.
Oh no, you talking about he's a pure special teams guy.
Well, but he's a linebacker by trade.
Yeah, but he's never going to see the field unless we just get totally annihilated in that room.
Well, but that's the thing, though. You don't know. I mean, they may see him as a guy who needs an opportunity to get on the field on the defensive side, not just special teams.
It could be.
Minister Charles, you're right, man. Sanborn made his impression felt. He really did on every snap that he got the opportunity. He filled Roquan Smith's shoes quite well when required. I got to give him as much love as I can because he really did the darn job. And I expect him to do the darn job as an undrafted free agent coming in for somebody else, right? So I think he'll get his money. I think he'll do well. That being said, a little bit of a question mark at that Sam position. I don't know who's going to fill the shoes. Might be a guy like Noah Sewell if he can get on the field. He's had some injury concerns. There's been a fair amount of time where he was a healthy scratch. I don't know what all that is about. So we'll have to see how he does. Personally, my money's on Eamon. Amen.
I'm your Huckleberry when it comes to this. I'm your Huckleberry for sure. And I'll ask you guys this question. Do you think any linebacker fits well in any scheme?
Well, no. Everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. And the linebacker I'm referring to, cool last name, Swayze Bozeman.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So with that being said, like when you just look at the film, man, I know I'm just like I'm a goddamn dork when it comes to this shit because I'm willing to look at this shit and try to figure out what it is that's inhibiting this kid because the talent level, talking about Noah Sewell, it's always been present there. That zone-based defense, really, he just never excelled in it versus this defense that Dennis Allen is going to play. And I'm just imagining that Dennis Allen probably went back to the college tape on Noah Sewell just to get a good, insight on what kind of player that he's dealing with. And he saw what he saw at Oregon, and he was just like, this fits exactly in what we're trying to do. Size, weight, everything is perfectly aligned with what we want to do. Now we got this this situation with Jack Sanborn. We can pay him. He's worth it. He fits in any scheme you put out there. He's dynamic enough now. He's gonna hurt you if he's got to chase tight ends and running backs down the field. He's not that fast, but he could have fit. But in order to get this guy Noah Sewell, what you invested in on the field, you got to make something shake. And sometimes in this league, you have to let go of good players. That's just how it is, man. And when you're at that point, when you can not tender a good player on your team, your roster is getting ready to start improving. That's what's going on. Your roster is starting to improve when you can get to that point.
Hey, I got a question about that as far as roster and letting guys go. Is there a draft compensation if Sanborn signs with another team because he was a UDFA for us?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
I don't know the ins and outs of that particular situation. I'm sorry.
Because I also heard that, that if Keenan Allen signs with another team, that we would get that 4th round pick back as well. So if any of the Nomaniacs, anybody there in the chat on the Nomad Network have those details or knowledge of the draft pick situation with the signings and all, and let us know.
I heard something about that 4th round pick coming back as well. I don't know. I'm interested in that particular one because like I'm still mad that Poles gave it up. So like I want to see it. I'd love to see that come back. If it comes back, all is well, Ryan. I'm sorry I took shots at you.
Now,
on it.
Let me say this. What's up, Bears Ball? My first time seeing him in the chat. If you're a subscriber, great. If you're not, man, hit that subscribe button and welcome to the community. We got a great community over here. We have fun, talk about ball, and people really know ball over here. So hey man, thanks for seeing you in here. Hopefully you come back again and again. Hit the subscribe button to all you guys that have not. If you're listening and you want to come in and chat on this live show, we got a whole bunch to talk about. We're probably going to get into the mock simulator shortly here. But hey, hit that subscribe button, hit the like, man. It's free. Hit both of them. Both of them are free. Both of them are free, and you're gonna help some good guys that's trying to build a channel. But here's the other interesting thing that maybe we're not seeing just yet. As much as I like Noah Sewell, as much as I like Jack Sanborn's out of the door for now. Is there a linebacker out there that Dennis Allen might have his eyes on, and getting Jack Sanborn out of the way is just his way of getting to him? There could be. I've seen a few of them on the free agent market. Like one that sticks out to me is Nick Bolton. He was with Kansas City. I think he went to I want to say Seattle, but Nick Bolton is a damn good linebacker, and fits exactly what he's a downhill thumper. Nick Bolton. That's one of those names I would probably keep an eye on in free agency if I were you guys. Remember, you heard it here first. He could be making a way for that guy to come in here. He's a thumper. Thank you, Bears Ball, man. Thank you, sir.
Oh,
but you looking at them linebackers, ain't you?
You know I am. You know exactly.
Go ahead and put it on the screen if you want to. Go for it. It's good to take a good look at some of these opportunities out here. There's a lot of them. Let me fix the screen for us. All right, go ahead.
I just realized Amen Akbagbamiga is a free agent.
I told you that like a month ago.
Damn it. Yeah. So I just hate the idea of potentially paying a linebacker. It's crazy.
Is this the linebacker group?
This is the linebacker group.
All right, let's scroll down a little bit.
But it's also gonna include OLBs and ILBs. It doesn't really differentiate.
Right.
But true linebacker Drake Greenlaw, good look. Commands about
EJ Speed's a sleeper.
Where's EJ Speed? Yeah, EJ Speed's down here. True linebacker Robert Spillane. True linebacker Malik Harrison. Akeem Davis Gaither, Delshon Phillips.
How up to date is this, man? I don't even see Nick Bolton.
He's right here.
Okay.
Nick Bolton, true linebacker, Kansas City.
Probably cost you a couple $1 million to get him.
He's peanuts in relation to some of these other guys, so he might be a good look. Who else? Amen Akbagbamiga is just discussed. Demetrius Flanagan Fowles.
Anthony Walker, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Straight dog.
Caleb Johnson, if we want more Johnsons and Calebs. Jake Martin's out there, but he's an outside.
Yeah. I see some names now. I see some names. Not to say that he's going to go after him. I'm just, throwing this probability out there, man. How about this, man? You want to go ahead and fire up your machine and get it cracking, man? Because Trips was asking about it when we did the breaking news video on Jonah Jackson. He was just like, man, we need kids to come in here. We need to look at off season again, at least.
You guys, you don't want to do that, but I'm gonna. So here it is.
Why not?
Because of this number. So we just went through all kinds of little scenarios. We're talking about players and stuff, and the whole time I'm going, because they've got $36 million left to spend. So This is part of the reason why earlier on I mentioned very specifically that if he nails 2 positions, we're in a great space. And he can't really deviate from those positions. He can't be center, y'all. It just can't be. Got to get yourself a Chase Young or somebody of that ilk. Got to get you a left tackle. Braxton's hurt. $36 million will get you both of those guys. And you might be able to squeeze a wide receiver or maybe a tight end in there too. Maybe a DT, like one of those 3 positions. Maybe. But that's what free agency is going to look like now when we go through the sim. It's going to be super, super, super quick unless I do one of 2 things. If I restructure Montez Sweat, we're up to 50 mil.
What about Jalen Johnson?
The Jalen Johnson move isn't the move. It's actually DJ Moore that's the move. So the way that Poles structured this contract, most of Jalen Johnson's money comes out this season. Next season, if they want to cut bait, trade, move on from Jalen, they can do exactly that next season in 2026. So that's how Poles has sort of lined it up, just to sort of see how long Jalen Johnson is at the upper echelon of cornerbacks. If he starts to fall off this year, they can make a play to leave, but he doesn't command that much in a restructure. It's only 10 mil versus DJ Moore, it's 15.
Help me out, man. How much is it going to cost us if they made Jalen shake loose somehow?
It costs us $30 million.
Cap it.
Okay.
So this whole thing disappears. And that's what I've been trying. I know. So remember earlier in the show when I was like, I know what you're trying to do and I ain't going to do it. That's what he's trying to do.
What?
Right?
What am I trying to do? I'm a fucking cornerback. Why would I try to do that?
I know you are a cornerback,
man. I'm not asking questions.
You are asking questions, but the obvious question you were asking was really, can we potentially move on from Jalen Johnson and the big contract that he commands? And it's the way that Ryan Poles has set it up. It's not in this season. Impossible. It eats $30 million of dead cap. Very much the same as DJ Moore eats $36 million of dead cap. Can't do it.
Basically, you can't make either one of those shake.
No. And Edmonds, what about Edmonds? He gets paid a lot.
It's not going to cost you. It'll probably cost you $4 or $5 million just to let that go. And you can't.
Well, no, I'm not talking about releasing him or trading. I'm just talking about reworking the deals.
So Edmonds is the one that makes the most sense if you were to cut, right? Just to put it out there, you'd be on the hook for 8,500,000. You would basically get back you get back $500,000 more. So it's kind of a wash. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean those are the biggest contracts that we have that are restructurable.
Yeah,
you know, Jalen, Edmonds, DJ, maybe Kmet.
I think that's the scariest conversation that nobody wants to hear. I think Kmet is the easiest thing to make shake.
Like Crimson, I'm so with you, Crimson. I wouldn't cut any of these guys, to be honest, just because of the way things look. Even Kmet, you're only bringing back $5 million, and you're creating a hole where you at least have a player.
This draft is very friendly for tight ends. I'm telling you guys, if there's a moving forward on a player to get some capital back, if they need to make something shake. Looking at everything, listening to everything Ked said, I took a look at it, and Ked just verified it for me. I got a feeling it's going to be Cole Kmet. If they made something shake just to get that extra $4 or $5 million to get whoever, you know what I mean? That's the position that, you know, I know it creates a hole, but I don't think it's that big a hole that we can't replace it like now.
But it's a wash.
What'd you say?
It's a wash, right? So like you're gonna cut him, you get back $5 million is how it works out. You're positive $5 million. You're then gonna be forced to spend the $5 million on a tight end. It's a wash, right? Like it's there's no positive. It's not a positive move because you've dug a hole and now you filled it with the same dirt.
Yeah. All right.
You know what I mean? Like that's exactly how that's the best analogy I can give you for that. So the only way around this, like I'm showing you, it starts with restructuring Montez Sweat. You push his money up front and pay it on the back end. You do the same thing potentially with DJ Moore. If you can do these two restructures, the Chicago Bears could be a Super Bowl caliber team. Like I'm just saying this straight up and down. And the reason I'm saying that is because of what's just happened. They've made great strides in correcting the massive issues on that line. Now you can afford not only, as I said earlier, with 30 million plus, you can afford your edge rusher, you can afford your left tackle. But if you restructure these two guys, you can go ham. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go get some you can go get DK Metcalf. Just putting it out there. So DK's looking for he just asked for a trade.
I knew somebody was going to bring that up. That was one of the. I'm glad you brought it up, but I forgot to bring it up. DK Metcalf, I love the player, and we have the salary cap to actually go after him, but that would be a big freaking move. You know what I mean? And
that would be at least a 3rd round pick for him.
I would have to agree because he's super young. The real upside here is not just that he's super fast, not just that he's got great hands. He's big-bodied and he'll block the crap out of you. Like he just will. So that kind of nails all 3 of those slot requirements. He'd be a fantastic slot receiver for this team. Again, it would probably cost us a 3rd rounder, which leads to another little piece of conversation to be had before we really get a little bit deeper into this exercise. What's the deal with Ian Cunningham? Anybody know?
He's still employed for the Chicago Bears.
I heard he was going to get an extension.
So I guess he's not going to Jacksonville?
No, they hired.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, they hired somebody?
Yeah, they hired some goofy-looking dude.
Duval.
Yeah, fucking nerd.
Okay, so Ian Cunningham, shout outs to you, bro. Super glad you're still here. I'm sorry on behalf of the NFL, Chicago Bears fans, etc., because like you really didn't want to go there, bro. Like I'm just putting it all out there. That was the worst place for you to possibly land, given the potential transpirings of the head coach being hired by the Connor family.
You take that down for just a minute, Cares. We'll come back to that.
Yes.
But here's another nugget. I don't know that people. This happened probably a couple hours before the show went off. Max Crosby is off the trading market, man. Yep. He got signed. He got an extension. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL now. And so all the Max Crosby pipe dreams, they go bye-bye. Triple R. Kez just popped out for a second. He was one of
years, 100 million or something.
Oh, I can't remember. I wanted to say 180 or something. Was it?
I thought I saw like 3 years, 105 or something. And like 180 would be ridiculous.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, but it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, but that was
35 mil. 3 years, 106, 35 mil a year.
Out of all of the trade edges that everybody got excited about this offseason, I thought he was the most likely and the most gettable. Why? Because I still feel this way that Cleveland will fight to the death to keep Myles Garrett. Not only that, I don't remember Jerry Jones really getting up off a player of that caliber, talking about Micah Parsons, ever. You know what I mean? He just doesn't do that. Terrell Owens is the only one I can think about. Might be another guy along the line, but rarely ever is Jerry Jones. As long as he thinks he's in that Super Bowl window, he ain't giving up that motherfucker. And so I always thought that in the situation that the Raiders had going on and they were transitioning and Max Crosby was just one of those pieces, a luxury piece. Like usually luxury pieces aren't kept around when they're trying to restructure a team and rebuild a team. That guy's usually the first guy out of the door, just like Khalil Mack was here when they start to rebuild this team. But they kept him. They gave him all the money, and somehow I guess Pete Carroll convinced them that, man, we can turn this thing around pretty quick with the right quarterback. Now I'm hearing that they're championing Aaron Rodgers to come out there, and I don't know if that's the worst move in the world for them. I think it might be a good move for right now.
Well, I think it also says a lot that the Raiders are not going to be in any kind of Super Bowl contention anytime soon. So knowing that it's like, well, 3 years, $106 million versus winning for a winning team, write the check. You know what I mean? So that's that kind of situation going on out there. $35 million a year to lose? Okay.
The Raiders, as it always was, it shall continue to be. At least they have their defensive, their favorite player, period, on the squad is still there. But all I can say about this is, they may wind up with some stop back quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson or somebody of that nature, which will be a huge upgrade from what they had last season. But what's really going to happen is they're going to be aiming heavily at a running back because they screwed up with Josh Jacobs. And for all y'all hoping for Genty, that's the one team that if you're running any mocks, that's the one team that regularly selects Genty in front of us if that's what you're trying to do. Just putting it out there.
But that's the thing, draft boards. Does Genty fit what they want to do as opposed to one of the other, plethora of running backs that are available?
There's a lot of them, and a lot of them are real good. So, I'm not end all be all. Genty's great, and I would not be mad if they went and got him. I also would not be mad with a Quinshawn Judkins. I wouldn't be mad with an Omarion Hampton. You know what I mean? There's
whoa. Let's figure out what he's saying. Are you saying at 10 trips or somewhere down the line?
No, I'm just saying at all. I mean, Genty is the one that everyone says, well, he's special. He's special. So theoretically, he should be the number one running back. But not every team is going to have that grade on him. Other teams may like a couple of those other backs over Genty.
I know I do.
Wait, say that you like other backs over Genty? Which ones?
For Chicago? Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna do a video on that probably tomorrow, man. I was gonna do that before the news happened. But yeah, I think all right. So I do think Ashton Genty is a very special running back. And not like special so that I'm going to draft his ass at 10. That's just me, in my opinion. I'm not drafting. It's not me. But when I look at these running backs and I think about this team and what we can get at 10, running back is probably down there towards the bottom half of the stuff that I think we need. Not to say that this guy's not talented enough to be drafted at 10 by somebody, but not by the Chicago Bears so far. Who knows what they do with the rest of the, the offseason and free agency. But even if they really bolstered up this offensive line and got a couple of defensive pieces, I still don't believe Ashton Genty is the guy you select at 10. I think there's much more superior talent at that stage that's going to be game-changing talent, on the defensive side, offensive side. If you're looking at, let's just say you're looking at Ashton Genty, you're looking at, say, Will Campbell or Mason Graham. You telling me you're going to get Genty? Anybody that says they're going to get Genty at that spot hasn't looked at the goddamn tape, in my opinion.
Well, what I've looked at is definitely a little bit of tape on all those guys. I've also looked at what the draft kind of falls like. The problem is that Will Campbell, Ashton Genty, and Mason Graham can all go before you even get to 10.
Well, I'm just saying, if they're sitting there, kids,
I've never seen. I'm just being factual.
I'm just saying, if you're there, if you're sitting there and there's Ashton Genty, there's Will Campbell, and there's Mason Graham on the board, and you draft Genty, Come on, guys.
No, in that respect, I agree with you. Those are three fantastic targets that we should be looking at. Personally, I would pick Will Campbell over Genty every single time if you have the ability to do so. I'm high on Mason Graham by way of tape and what he can do. I'm low on him for the Chicago Bears because we've already touched this particular position, and it sets back Gervon Dexter. That's my problem with the Mason Graham. But as a player, best player available, he's a dog, no questions about it. What do you do? I don't. If it was me and all three of those guys were there, I would trade back and pick the guy who falls.
That's exactly what I would do. There's neither one of those guys, and I think all of them can bring a certain something to the table. But based on what you can get, I think that, and this is somebody that's nerdy as shit and watching all this film. I think the draft really starts pretty much after the second round. That's where it's dogs. I mean, this is going to be so many dogs that's going to fall. Like if I was the GM on the team right now, I'd be like, I'm cutting throats just to make sure I get at least 4 or 5 more picks in that part of the draft, man. I'm doing whatever I can do to get in there because I'm excited about what can happen if they trade back and trade back again if they needed to.
Well, now that brings up the question of, part of the thinking is at 10, we got to get a blue chip player. So trade back be damned. We don't want to be picking in the, top half of the draft going forward. So while we are here at 10, go ahead and grab that blue chipper that we wouldn't be able to. That's the counterpoint to that.
Like for every, let's just put it this way. Just somebody that's sitting here looking at hundreds and hundreds of dudes from everywhere in the country, big schools, small schools. Like for every guy that you think is this dominant blue chipper that you got to have, I can find you a comparison and give you the same kind of work. I don't care who it is. I can find you a guy. But you just got to be willing to go look at it. I'm telling you, dude, this is some supremely talented trips. I'm not fucking around when I tell y'all. These dudes are bad as fuck.
That's what's irritating about giving up draft picks, because now we
can get them back, bro. You can get them back. You just got to be willing to do it.
Well, that brings up a question from Nick. Hey, Nomad per Fowler. The Bears are interested in signing Durham Smith, tight end from Miami. What do you think about that?
Durham Smith is a certain kind of tight end to me. He's to me a tweener. He's one of those guys that can line up in line and can give you some actual receiving tight end work. He's one of those. I was just talking about that. I was on Aldo and Danny's show last night talking about that. Somebody brought that up. And I mentioned in there, whoever the tight end that they draft is going to have to be like a tweener, like a dual. Like he's got to be a person that can line up on the inside.
He has to block.
He can get back there and line up and give some fullback reps too, coming out of the backfield. He's got to be that kind of guy, and he's in that category kind of to me.
And so he's a free agent.
I don't know.
Well, interested signing, I would assume it didn't say trading for.
He's I got so many goddamn dudes in my head. Y'all have to forgive me. There's so many draft players, free agents, guys that might be cap cuts, but that would. What'd you say?
He's a free agent. He's an unrestricted free agent right now.
Help me out, man. If you could give me his measurements, and that'll probably help me out a little bit.
How old is he, and how much does he want or expected?
He's 29 years old. He wants it's an affordable contract. It's somewhere around $6 million. That includes the bonus, right? So $3 million and change, $3 million and change. That's basically that is what his extension would have expected to have been if he continued on with with Miami. So that's more or less what we would likely pay him on the free agent market. But at the same time, Let me do this now.
What's his measurables? I got too many goddamn players in my head, man.
I don't really have that.
What's his name?
Durham Smythe.
Jerome Smythe. Looking him up right now.
Okay, perfect.
He owns a furniture store, Smythe and Smythe.
You guys wouldn't know that.
No, I'm out. It's local.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't know nothing about that.
And Alex, while everybody's doing their research, Alex Mercado says Sports Mockery posted a quote-unquote rumor. Bears in talks with Raiders for tight end Mayer, since we are speaking about tight ends.
So that would be nice, except I'm not really sure what kind of
he's perfectly made like the Detroit Lions tight end.
Yeah, but does he block?
Laporta?
Fuck yeah. He
Does
got
he?
him from Notre Dame.
Smythe?
He's a Notre Dame tight end, man.
Smythe or Meyer?
Talking about Meyer.
Okay, Meyer. Okay, so he's like a Laporta kind of guy.
I'm like Yeshua, man. Caleb got to learn how to use his tight ends too.
Yeah,
That's the truth, bro.
Yeah.
So Durham Smythe is 6'6", 200, pretty much 250 pounds. He's 246. That's pretty much exactly what Cole Kmet is. This guy is more of a sure blocker, I would say, than Cole Kmet is. Cole Kmet kind of disappointed. I ain't gonna say kind of. He very much disappointed me in that category. And I think we wouldn't even be having this conversation about Cole Kmet had he really sold out on his blocks and really committed to his blocks.
He was too busy coming up with content for his podcast.
It might be time. It might be time, man. But yeah, I mean, either one of those guys, I can see, the tight end is going to play a large role. If Caleb Williams is successful here and this offense is successful here, he's going to really, really have to lean into those tight ends. Those tight ends are going to be dynamic in this offense. I mean, in the blocking game, in the passing game, everything, is kind of tight end centric in the kind of offense that I can imagine Ben Johnson wants to devise here.
Wait, speaking of offense that Ben Johnson wants to devise, and all-pro guard Joe Thuney that we just traded for, Cocaine Bear, nice, posted Kansas City Chiefs via Rappaport. Talked to Chiefs all-pro guard Joe Thuney, who's dealing with a significant pec injury. They're not going to trade for nobody who's injured, right?
Man. I wish whoever said that shit didn't put it in there. God damn. He'd be all right. It's the offseason, man. Shit, he just went through a goddamn whole season full of wars. He'd be all right.
So we spent the whole beginning of this show talking about how injured the line is and how happy.
Yes, thank you, Cocaine Bear.
Well, don't thank Cocaine Bear now. Thank Ryan Poles. Really, thank Ryan Poles.
Thank Coach Johnson, because that's Coach Johnson who we wanted. So,
damn, I don't know where that came from, but I ain't heard that either.
I'm gonna have to go by that as we speak.
Don't even worry about it, man. How about this? Don't worry about that shit. Don't worry about it. It'll be there when it's there. How about this, man? Let's fire this motherfucker up and let you guys do some drafting, and I'll be here as a
consultant
if you want. I'm here for that, man. I'll let y'all wrestle over this shit.
All right, let's bring it back. Cocaine Bear, man, what the hell, man?
We're starting shit, Cocaine. We're starting that bullshit, man.
Damn, man. Jeez,
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
It's a hell of a drug. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, let me set the screen up for y'all, man.
Last thing
I'm around, man, but I'm not gonna I ain't wrestling with y'all. I'm gonna let y'all do the tussle.
So, Trip,
how
do you want to do this, man? Do you want to restructure these two gentlemen, or do you want to go raw dog it at $39 million?
Well, I'm always about the raw dogging, but let's go ahead and restructure to change it up a little bit.
All right, cool. Okay. So the rest of these guys, as we've sort of discussed, is not going to really push the needle in any capacity. So we're just going to continue up. Restructured Montez Sweat, restructured DJ Moore, potentially added another $30 million to the grand take. And that being said, we will continue.
All right. What do we have to do now? Release players, or are we in free agents already?
So now we're not in free agency. We're looking at, do we want to re-sign any of these players? We'll go through it as quickly as we can.
Hold on, let me get my spectacles. Go ahead.
All right, maybe I can help you. Let's see if I can help you.
When you're looking at all these screens all day, you got to protect your eyes. You can't be raw dogging with your orbs.
Is that a little bit better?
Oh, that's much better.
There you go. Try to make it a little bit bigger. It's going to be much harder for me to work with, but I will do what I can for you, sir.
What up, Mark?
All right. So actually, I can read it here. Adrian Colbert, do you want to rock and roll with him and re-sign him, or let him fend for himself?
Does that say his value is $15 million?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm glad you asked that question. So these numbers here are transition value, franchise value. This is the mean price tag for the safety position. If you franchise tag a safety, you're paying them $15 million for the year. You're not franchise tagging or transition tagging any of these guys. I'll be just frank with you.
All right, well, let's keep Colbert because we need depth at the position, and I don't want to see Poles cry again.
Okay. All right.
You got to remember, you got to remind them, like, you're going to get, if you let a guy walk trips, you might get, like, guys like him, you probably get a chance to get at him second time around once free agency is over.
Wait, he's a UFA right now?
This is basically us re-signing players. So if we don't sign him, he's gone. We can re-sign him in free agency if we want.
I would.
It's Adrian Colbert.
Yeah, he'll be available.
There you go. All right.
So we'll get him later.
All right.
We can come back. We'll revisit that.
We can definitely revisit that. Amir Speed, cornerback.
Depth.
Do you want to resign?
Yeah. Because we don't want to create holes, and we got guys that are developing with depth already, so we want to keep some of those around. Whereas Colbert, I think, has plateaued more than the speed fella.
Okay. Amen Agbogbamiga.
Yeah, keep him. We like his linebacker play.
He's already gone, man.
Oh, good point. So we'll keep it real, and we'll let him slide.
Okay.
Austin Reed, quarterback.
Yeah, keep him. He's a backup quarterback. He is not expensive. He's developing. If we trade T-Bag, who knows?
Remember, you're at the very beginning, Trips, when you just cutting fat off your roster and seeing if you can get some guys back for a cheaper bargain later on at the end of free agency. Just remember where you are.
Well, yeah, because I'm looking at the names that we've gone through so far, and it's like, some guys you want to keep around for depth. Others, it's like, we could bring you back later in free agency if the need arises. Okay. None of these I don't think are game changers right now, but the ones I'm trying to keep are the ones that would have a higher upside.
All right, so we're looking at Bill Murray at this point.
He got tendered today.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
I wonder what that looked like.
I didn't see the actual numbers, but they did tender Bill Murray and Daniel Hardy.
Okay, we'll be sure to give them. Okay, well, we'll be sure to get them on the team. There's one. Byron Cowart.
How old is Cowart?
I can find out for you. Bear with.
Because he was on the team and we needed players, and he came in and he wasn't all that. So it looks like Cowart. Yeah, he's replaceable. He's one of those third phase free agency guys if necessary.
Okay. Carl Jones Jr. on the edge.
Not really familiar with him, but if he's not,
he's a linebacker. He's a linebacker. He's a Sam linebacker, as a matter of fact, or middle.
He's a UFA, so yeah, we can revisit that later.
Cool. Chris Glazer, guard.
Shout out, it's Crimson, man. He got to bounce, man. He been with us all night. Shout out, man. He got to get up and
Right
go
on,
to Crimson, man.
Shout out, man. Big love, dog.
I have no idea about this Glazer fella, so either he's depth or somebody they're trying to develop. Do you know anything about him?
I know absolutely nothing about him to give you additional perspective. I would just, I'd let it slide and see what you do.
You let it.
We get him later.
You let it walk. Yeah.
Chris Williams.
Wait, that was Ford, the guy that we got from Green Bay. Williams was 91, right? He was kind of active, but wasn't a game changer, and is somebody that could be replaced, I would think.
I would have to agree. Coleman Shelton at center.
Wait, isn't he under contract?
No.
2-year deal? I thought he's under 2-year deal. He wasn't horrible, but he's definitely upgradable. And with the attention that we're paying to the line now, I would hope that he could be replaced by even a rookie. So yeah, we'll revisit him later.
Okay. Colin Johnson, wide receiver.
Yeah, I like him. I like his size. I like his upside. I like his special teams play. Bring him back.
I like all of those things about Colin Johnson as well, and he took a decent deal. Cool beans. Daniel Hardy, you said, was already retained.
Colin Johnson is already cut, man.
Well, you should have said that a minute ago, or I would have let.
I told you that like 3 weeks.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm going to cut him. Then I'll revisit him in a second. We will keep Daniel Hardy, who took a decent situation, and we will undo Colin Johnson. Darrell Taylor on the edge.
Between Taylor and what is that, Jacob Martin, they were both pretty disappointing.
I agree.
But we did give up some draft capital for Taylor, so I would prefer to bring him back again as not to just let him walk and waste all of that. He shouldn't be that expensive, and he did have, a few pressures here and there, so maybe a good rotation. He could really come into his own. And if he's not that expensive, I would prefer to, keep him than, creating another position of need, but he gonna want too much money, so he gonna have to take his ass. All right, well, move on. Okay. I ain't trying to beg your ass.
I'm just saying. Darrington Evans, running back.
He can go.
Okay. DeAndre Carter, wide receiver.
Deuces.
Can I answer a quick question? Nick Rimber asked me a question. He says, "Nomad, quick question. Would you sign Charles Omenihu at edge from KC? Seems like an underrated guy." I think that's that's a phase 2 good look for the Chicago Bears, Nick. I think that is a great look. He definitely fits in what Dennis Allen wants to do, but I think that's a phase 2 look. That's not, you want to do that day 1 because you'll probably overpay. Probably in day 2 or 3, you probably want to look at that, but that's a good look.
Okay, yeah, no man, keep it going and keep it rocking in the chat. If anything pops up, by all means, interject or point it out to us while we go through this exercise. Doug Kramer at center.
We need depth. He's an athlete. He's smart. Ben Johnson likes to run trick plays. Doug Kramer is a trick play kind of guy. He can't be that expensive, and we have to fill roster spots. So yeah, bring him back.
Okay. Doug Kramer wants some money this time around.
How many guys you got on the roster so far? Can you keep counting that?
I can't count that at this minute. Douglas Coleman 3.
Never heard of her.
Me either.
Jack is already gone. Jack Hammer. Martin, no. No. He was just very disappointing when he did get on the field.
Okay. Jake Curhan at offensive tackle.
He wasn't horrible when he got a chance to play last time, and we do need depth because of all the injuries. So bring him back. It can't be that expensive that if he gets beat out that, it would hurt the cap if we cut him. You know what I mean?
Okay, got him at a good price tag. Jamry Chroma.
Yeah, I like him. Bring him back. He looks like he can be developed.
Okay, these guys are taking good low wallet share deals. Jalen Jones, cornerback.
He has some versatility with nickel, didn't he? Or was that just Blackwell at nickel?
They played him at nickel, I believe, a couple of years ago, but Blackwell has since taken his spot. He played most of the backup nickel this past season.
Mr. Charles talking shit. He says it's funny how funny I was called out to do a mock on here, but never given a chance when I accepted the challenge. Dog, I ain't seen no email.
Message us, Mr. Charles. I actually asked him about it on Sunday. I thought you would have messaged so we could do that. If you want in, and I know you do, holler at us. You know the email. We'll get you on.
Email it now.
Email it now. We'll get you in on Sunday. No jokes.
Jalen Jones, yeah, let him go.
Let him go.
We can find somebody younger.
Okay. Joel Wilson at tight end.
Never heard of him.
Real quick, Marlon wants to know. He said, "What do y'all think about trading for DK Metcalf?" I already spoke my piece on it. I think he's a little too rich for us.
Yeah, you got to give him draft capital over like at least a third for the team, and then pay him $25 million a year. No, thank you.
So there's another guy that we could get for low wallet share that was cut today, and his name is Christian Kirk. I don't know how y'all feel about Christian Kirk. I don't think he's a world beater, but I think he's a really solid wide receiver. He's also not a blocking type wide receiver, which is what I feel Ben Johnson really needs. But he's out there.
He doesn't fit because
no block, no rock, Trip.
The what?
No block, no rock. That's what Ben Johnson said.
Yeah, I mean, look at how Ben Johnson's offense was run in Detroit. Granted, it's going to be different and all, but those wide receivers, those tight ends, those running backs blocked, whether it be for the quarterback, whether it be for the run game. Kirk, he's not a blocker. No, thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. He is a speed demon. He's got great hands, so I figured I'd throw that out at some point during today's show. John Jackson, Caleb Williams' best friend. Are you throwing money at John Jackson?
Not throwing money at him, but I'll bring him back as a camp body.
What?
Oh, yeah, that's where my headspace was. I'm a lowball this fool as best as I can.
Hey, Nick Rimberg wants to know, what about Tyler Lockett?
Maybe like 8 years ago.
In the Matt Nagy era, for sure. In the Matt Nagy era, you would have fit so good.
Hey, it's funny. Chip is an old motherfucker discriminating against old motherfuckers.
I'll be an ageist.
Oh man, you gonna take it to 950?
You gonna take it like it, damn straight.
You take whatever I offered him. This is for Jerome Ford. I know that you want to bring back Jerome.
Yeah,
Ford.
bring him back. I like the way he was disruptive in the middle of the line.
Honestly, I hated the idea of bringing him on because he's a Packer and he came through and he showed out. So big ups to you, Jonathan Ford. Here you go. A couple of bucks. You back. Jordan Murray, tight end.
We have very little depth in that room. I don't know anything about his game. If he's a younger guy they're trying to develop, bring him back. If he's over 27, no thank you.
Over 27. Let's see how old he is. I'm sure he's youthful. I'm just not sure he's impactful. So my opinion, you save your money and you get a good tight end.
Minister Charles said he said he accepts.
He accepts the challenge.
All right, I'm finna send you an invite, Minister Charles.
Challenge.
Invite, man.
That was a great episode of the Cosby Show.
All right.
Yeah, so he's 24 years old, Jordan Murray. I don't know.
Yeah, bring him back on a low.
Okay.
Because we need guys at that position and we don't know how he can develop. But being that he's not, old guy,
okay,
and we have need in that position.
Invite sent, Mr. Charles. Come on here and get it cooking then.
All right, he took John Jackson money.
Blackwell, yeah, I like to bring him back because I like the way he covered for Spidey Gordon.
I'm giving him a decent take. He'll take it.
Kyler Murray.
Love Josh Blackwell. He's also good in the return game as well. So a good guy to have on the team.
Keenan Allen, no. Larry Borum, no. Mercedes Lewis, no. Matt Pryor, yes.
Yeah, he's the one guy that I really think they need to tender.
He was a decent backup. He performed when he had to come in. He's a veteran.
Kids, whatever you do, don't try to get none of them bullshit windows down, because when you do that, there's like five more are gonna come up.
And then you're right, and then it's gonna turn into sound and stuff too. So I'm just leaving it. I'm letting it roll.
Oh.
Hope you guys enjoyed the download Google Chrome, but it is what it is.
Hey, if he gets too expensive, we can move on.
Okay, I'll give him a little something though, because I think he's worth it. Give him 35 up front. No, I'll try you one more time, Matt Pryor, because I believe in you, dog.
Nick said, man, he said, fuck y'all offer.
Oh damn!
You said about 6 times. All right, Matt Pryor, you're on the streets, Doc.
Fuck your couch.
Simba Webster.
Camp Body. He seems to be a favorite of Ryan Poles.
Okay.
We got to have somebody out there running routes when the starters are, on the side chilling.
Wide receivers don't take BS money, so I'll give them a little bit more.
With this wide receiver market, Devontae Adams, all the names previously mentioned, he better take what he can get.
Yeah, he took a good deal, to be honest with you. At the same time, he's a great in the return game as well. So I think that's probably going to be his focus. So we're up to Patrick Scales now. There's always a question of whether you pay Patrick Scales, who I believe is the same age as I am, or you pay Scott Daly, who's a fair amount younger, same money, same position.
Let's go Daly.
Figured you're going to say that. So let's give Daly the Pulse special. Took it. We're good to go. Samori Toure is in the middle here.
He hasn't really done anything, but Camp Body, he's obviously familiar with the Hallis Halls going on. Maybe with the new coach, he can do a little something, but just depth in those legs, fresh legs to run routes out there when DJ and Rome are resting during practice.
Oh, snap. Okay, sorry. I gotta fix that, because ain't nobody trying to sign you to a 3-year deal. Of course he took it. 2-year deal. I'll give you 25 up front because I'm a nice guy. All right, there you go.
Stromberg, yes.
Yes, sir.
See how he can, come back off of that season-ending injury that got him released from the commies.
And for that matter, he took very team-friendly. Steven Carlson, tight end.
No, thank you.
Okay. Tavarius Moore, safety.
We let Colbert go earlier. He can't be expensive, but we just need some bodies on the roster at that spot, so offer him a little something.
By the way, Marlon, Darius Slayton, he says, what about Darius Slayton? Marlon Johnson says, that's Kansas guy.
See, he keeps saying that. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you who he is. You know why? Because Darius Slayton in fantasy football has kicked ass for me. I wish I could say it some other way. He's a guy you kind of just pick up here and there, and he just explodes sometimes. Given that this was happening with Daniel Jones, sky's the limit for Darius Slayton. He might actually be able to find himself connected to a viable quarterback and really do some damage. So
Nick Rimberg says his ass can block too.
Okay, if he can block, I'm with a Darius Slayton. It's one of those things that I wasn't certain about. I was about to ask the question. If he can block, I would be over the moon with a Darius Slayton sign.
All right, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I ain't looked at no Darius Slayton team, so I couldn't tell y'all if I saw him as a blocker. I know he's a good receiver. I've seen, stuff on the surface, but I haven't looked at no. I couldn't tell you a whole lot about Darius Slayton, other than the injuries.
He was injured last season. He's not really injured.
He had a full season?
No. Not a full season out. But he was
Notice
injured last
Kevin
week.
Jenkins bring back the Canadian Eagle.
Yes, I didn't have to prompt it this time. Canadian.
He's already gone.
Is he really? There's no way he's
gone. He's already gone.
I don't think he's gone.
He is. I'm telling you, bro. I know.
I'm going to prove it right now.
Not the Eagle.
No, it's just that he was an unrestricted free agent that they were able to pick up for peanuts. He's making peanuts, so I'd be surprised if they cut him.
Bro.
Offering peanuts.
He was in a list of about like 10 guys that got cut. He got cut, bro.
Looks like he's there.
We still want to re-sign him later. Go ahead and do it, but just try to keep it real. I know y'all like the guy.
Well, isn't that about? I mean, we need young guys that can be developed. He's a young guy, you know.
It might be a dude later on.
All right, we paid him.
Well, but it's not like he's making so much that he's not cuttable.
All right, he's making the least, and I paid him exactly what Spotrac said he was making, which was $850,000. So
y'all in the crack house going through the carpet looking for crumbs and shit now.
Homer, no, he can go.
All right,
because I believe Homer is a good special teams guy, but his offerings on the offensive side were very lackluster.
They were non-existent. So let's continue on. That's what this portion of the exercise looked like. More or less signed some decent humanity. Now just to bang my way through this thing so that we can finish it up. Oh, I freaking hate this. Bear with the guy.
Scrolling. We're scrolling. We're scrolling.
There we go. Scroll through the whole bloody NFL, which is usually easier when I don't have this screen blown up like crazy. But such as
I was about to say, where's the sidebar scroll at?
There we go. Sidebar scroll doesn't affect that little window because I tried it. It doesn't touch the smaller window at all. And here we are, folks. So now we're actually into free agency itself. We still have $45 million and a little bit of change to spend on some decent players. Cost us just about $15 million, maybe $20 million to re-sign and restructure whoever else is on the squad. Triple R, where would you like to go first?
Let's look at center. Address the O-line since we're there.
And this is my problem with the center situation, as always. So if we let go of Coleman Shelton, he's the number 2 center available, which is pretty crazy to understand. The guy above him is Drew Dahlman. So for some reason, Chicago Bears fans, if we can't nail a Drew Dahlman situation, the guy we let go is the guy that we should have signed in the first place. If he's in free agency, he's probably going to command a little bit more than we could have signed him for in-house. Just putting the obvious stuff out there.
How much does Drew Dahlman want? What is that, like 15 a year?
Let's get an idea. I'll tell you. Drew Dahlman. Drew Dahlman is looking at market value. If this is legit, I'm gonna try it too. If this is legit.
Derek Guy says, you be tripping, Trip. Every player on the team cannot be developing at the same time. They have to have some players that are established.
Yeah, we got those. We're just not having the majority of them that old.
I'm with you. So they're saying his current market value, calculated market value, is $7 million. That's what I think we should offer Drew Dahlman and see if he takes it.
All right. You know how realistic that is? We don't know, but this is a game. Let's play it.
So let's give him 3 years and let's put a little bit of this. Let's put half of it right up front.
Just so y'all know, Mr. Child wilding out. He in the chat wilding out talking about casserole out of chitlins, sauerkraut, and shit.
He ain't gonna tear up his boo-boo something awful. What are we looking at left tackle?
Okay,
just options available. Because I saw that Jackson got re-signed by the Rams.
So part of my beef was that if Poles waited a week, you could have got this guy and kept the 6th round pick in his jeans, right? But hey, here we are. So, who are you thinking of at the tackle position?
Between what's his name? Becton and the other guy down a little bit. The other beat Makari. Isn't he younger? Like 27 or so?
They're both like 27, 26-ish. Here's back then. Like, this thing's so used to me now.
What do you think, chat? Do we go with Becton, Bakari, or just as a tackle to sign in free agency? Do you all like anybody there?
So Becton's 25, Makari's 27.
But now Becton was better on the interior, correct?
You got that. That's it. Yes, sir.
All right, so Makari, his health history's been straight?
I would have to think so, yes.
All right, now Stanley, he's also getting brought up here in the chat. Is there a Stanley?
There is a Stanley. There you go.
Stanley, Mr. Roper.
Yeah, you probably gonna have to outbid Kansas City because I know they're gonna be hot on his ass now.
How much would Mr. Stanley cost?
Mr. Stanley costs $20 million.
Ooh, that's a pretty penny.
Yeah, that is a pretty penny for Ronnie Stanley.
And how is he a younger guy?
Ronnie Stanley's 30 years old.
Oh, okay. Hell to the no.
Okay.
Here you go with that old people shit.
Yeah, it's like, wait, 20 million and you old? Come on. Something got to get. You got to do it both. Like if you old, you're going to take a little cheaper deal. And if I got to pay more, you're going to be in younger and good shape.
I'm going to tell y'all something real about Ronnie Stanley. That fucking line in Baltimore, and I think they right there in that window, or they can go ahead and get one. They were just mauling people. They would be a fool to let Ronnie Stanley out of there. They letting him test the market, but I think they got every intention on re-signing him because I think if he ends up in Kansas City, that kind of tips the scales a little bit.
All right. What about what's his Makari?
Makari's looking at about $10 million.
And is he a good tackle? What do we know about him?
You want me to tell it?
Plays for the exact same line, but go ahead, Nomad.
He's if you need your center straightened out, number one, that'd be a guy to think about. Number one, if you got a guard, if you're trying to figure out, okay, yeah, he's a great pickup. I'll just say that. That's one of the more valuable.
But at left tackle, is he a good left tackle?
Specifically, though.
I wouldn't say he's a great left tackle, but he's a solid guy that can get you out of a game. He's not a great left tackle, but he can play.
Not the answer you were looking for, Trip. I know exactly how you feel.
Are there any other names that we're looking at on this offensive tackle list that would be a scheme fit and good and not old?
I think Patrick Makari is a great signing, number one. Number two, you're going to draft a potential starting left tackle anyway.
Well, that's why I didn't want to, spend a boatload on a free agent left tackle for competition.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Well, we got other positions that need addressing. There's so much money to go around.
Makari's only on what is he asking for?
So Patrick Makari's asking for about $10 million. I think we can probably get him for something near that.
Yeah, all right. Well, I like him as far as competition and depth or depth. So make him that offer.
So before I do, I'm gonna ask Nomad a real quick question, and Yosh Nijman,
yes,
versus Patrick Makari, specifically at the left tackle position.
I see the beautiful thing about both of those two guys is they're position versatile. Yosh Nijman is more of a pure tackle than Patrick Makari is. So Patrick Makari is, if you want to really focus on the interior offensive line, that's the guy to beef it up with. Yosh Nijman is, if you want security on the edge, that's probably the better sign if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, because we have already addressed a lot of the interior offensive line, and we can do that more later. So let's look at this tackle, signing him, because the tackles in the draft are, kind of lackluster.
It's a great signing, Trip. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's a sneaky, really good signing that I hope we do in free agency for real, for real.
Just bear with me, folks. There we go.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Derek. He says, Nomad, you were right. Isaiah Thomas, I think, what is his name? I can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but that's the spelling, is a beast at cornerback. I think he's the best all-around cornerback in the draft, man. He's a problem. And he's going to be a problem for 10, 12 years, I guarantee you. But thank you, bro.
Okay. All right. So let's look at Josh Nijman. He'll take a real friendly deal too. We'll give him a little bit more than what he's probably worth, just for
$5 million for a left tackle.
Bro.
What a market!
The thing about him is the Packers drafted him, and they did such a good job of getting depth on their roster. They could afford to let him walk, and he walked in this past season to, can't remember exactly where he went.
Panthers.
To who?
Panthers.
Yeah, and so I'm telling you guys right now, I think they moved him in the guard in Carolina, and that offensive line took off in the second half of the season. He's a stud, man. I always thought he was a stud offensive lineman.
25%. Boom. Okay, yeah, he took $5 million and a little bit up front. Love it.
Sneaky.
Left tackle.
Let's look at defensive line.
Interior?
Yeah, we'll start there.
Okay.
How much does Williams want?
Milton Williams?
Yes.
Coming off a Super Bowl now, you might have to overpay here.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You said if you ask, you can't afford, but it's like, fuck that. How much that shit cost?
They're calling him an end. Milton Williams, 25 years old, market value.
Because he's under 300.
Boy.
He's under 300 pounds.
You are paying $18 million for him per year.
And who else is on that interior D-line list?
You got Sheldon Rankins, Draymond Jones, B.J. Hill, Javon Kinlaw, Calais Campbell, Roy Robertson Harris, Raekwon Davis, Kalen Saunders, Taylor Tart, Morgan Fox, Folorunso Fatukasi. Yo, I killed that one. That was beautiful. Roy Lopez, Byron Cowart. Now you're getting into expert.
What do you think, chat? Who do we like? Anybody on the interior defensive line? You know, I don't mind paying for the quality of a Williams over, let's say, the lowballing of a Roy Robertson Harris. What's our cap situation?
Great question. We are looking at just about $33 million in change.
And you say this dude Williams wants 20 of it?
That's what he's asking for.
Ooh. All right. Show me edges.
I knew you were going to go straight to edge instead. So let's go do that because you got to spend the money somewhere. Might as well be right.
Real quick.
And the way the defensive tackle depth is in this draft, I would rather go that route than pay.
Good call. Good call.
Minister Charles wants to know what we think about Jamin Dumas Johnson, and that he's from Kentucky. You know, he's coming up on a show here soon. I don't know exactly if he's going to be on this one. I got to look through the guys this Friday. That show might be actually Saturday, but we will see later on in the week. But I'll let you know about him, man. He's definitely on the radar, bro.
All right, looking at these names, Von Miller, too old. Hassan Riddick, I didn't like his attitude when he sat out.
Wait, how much sat out for the Jets?
Yeah, but still,
sorry,
you there to play ball, play fucking ball.
All right, fine.
How much is a Sweat, Josh?
Kid, you got a question? Bro.
Say what?
You got a question? Derek Guy.
What's the market value for Javon Hargrave? I got
sleepy, sweet cap casualty situation we can find ourselves in. Sweet. Javon Hargrave could fix a lot of problems right now. but he's expensive right now. I think he got paid. He got his bag, so he's gonna come in somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 million.
Okay, so things to say, 3 things to say. First one is he was hurt last season, and that's why they would be out on him now. 31 going on 32 years of age. Projection is
no less than $10 million.
Projections around 10. Like it's got more to do with cap space than anything else, but projections around 10.
And how much is Sweat?
Sorry.
They're saying about 17 million for Sweat. 18, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Josh Sweat. Market value. Yep. 19 mil.
All right. Would he be the most attractive edge candidate that available, or Arjulari? He has an injury history, right? That was his problem.
He does, but Azeez Ojulari he's a problem, but I think he's more of a problem in a 3-4 set than a pure edge rusher in a 4-3.
What about Caleb Von Chason?
We can do better.
Okay.
Judon, he's kind of old and wants a lot of money, doesn't he?
He ain't gonna get it, but you be able to. He's gonna struggle with you if you try to offer him, kids. I'm gonna tell you now, but he's worth it.
I wouldn't.
It looks like anything defensive line edge is going to cost at least 18.
No. So just for I'll give you a couple of looks here. So Judon, the thing about Judon is he did not want to come here last year. He was actually offered big money and he chose to go elsewhere.
Trip don't like old motherfuckers no way.
Say what now?
Trip don't like old motherfuckers no way.
So he's also a little bit on the up.
He don't like old motherfuckers when I'm bringing him up, but he might like them now.
He's a little bit up in age.
No, I don't. No.
I think he's 31, if I'm correct, Matt.
No, all right. Next, anybody that's under 28, 27 kind of thing.
That rules out Preston Smith, who you get at a really good price tag, I'm sure. DeMarcus Lawrence is also up in age. You're looking at Josh Sweat, basically, and or Hassan Reddick.
How old is Sweat?
I think Josh Sweat is 27. He's 27 years old.
27. That's even. But now you sign Josh Sweat. Fucking Booker ain't getting on the field really too much.
Well, I'm thinking about the NASCAR packages. I mean, if you got Sweat on the first line, then you got
talking about a young guy developing now. You just brought a young guy.
But then you got Booker and Hardy on the second line,
right.
Or Booker and Hardy, or whoever the draft pick is on the second line. They're switching. It's not like the offensive line where the vets are going to line up and hopefully play as a unit all year long. On the defensive line, they're rotating. So there's going to be vets and young guys developing that will get regular reps.
Hey, Austin Booker, Trips just discriminated against you because you're a young guy.
He's just discriminating against everybody, the young, the old, midgets, people who like.
Hey, let's not disparage Tiny Town.
Oh, man. All right. So,
but as far as edges go, are there any other options that we should really, be investigating on this list?
Marcus Lawrence, old. Derek Barnett's a bit young, but he ain't all that great. Azeez Ojulari is a conversation to be had.
I'm only here to if they call my name. Other than that,
is Ojulari did he get like hurt or does he have an injury history?
I'll tell you. Oh, damn.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. So 2022, he was out weeks 7 to 12, calf. He was out weeks 6 to 9 in 2023. And then he was out weeks 13 to 18 with a toe injury in 2024. So slightly injury prone, I would have to say. But he's young.
Body soft.
I'm like Derek Guy. I think Hargrave is a situation you probably want really press because you know you're gonna draft like a motherfucker at the edge. You know you are.
And how much is Hargrave?
Look at him, kid.
He's interior D line, right?
Yes. He's a nose tackle. He's a 3 tech. He's both. Getting a lot of comments in here, man. Dexter Hargrave rushing the passer from the interior. That's barbecue chicken, fam. Smitty Q says, remember how we got to keep money for the draft picks. True. Nick Rimber says, I prefer older edge rusher because you got Booker and Hardy, young guys on the come up, and you can mold them into really good players. Smitty Q says, I wouldn't fool with Judon. Let me see. Hargrove is a problem.
See, that's why, I'm not trying to blow the wad on just a Williams or just a Sweat. What are our other options? Like Hargrave, he's not horribly old or expensive, right?
You can probably afford Chase Young and Hargrave, right?
So Chase Young isn't on the list, if you noticed. So it looks like in this scenario, he's been retained. Hargraves is 32 years old.
Okay. That motherfucker getting Social Security and trips.
And he's coming off an injury, arm injury. Just putting those things out there for you. The money would probably be. He's been averaging $21 million a year.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And Drew Rosenhaus is his agent.
Hargrove is walking with a king and Tripp's eyes, and his girlfriend a beach ass with a purse.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lot of money for older and injured.
Let me stop Trips. He's a good player, man. This is a good opportunity.
Well, yeah, when he was on the field, Tevin Jenkins.
I can't argue with any of that. Let's look at maybe a Sheldon Rankin, who would be a good look. Average salary probably around $12 million.
And now, would Rankins be better than Robertson Harris, or vice versa?
So it would probably be very similar. Robertson and Harris is 31 versus 30 years old for Sheldon Rankins. Robertson Harris will probably also come at around $8 million a season as opposed to $12 million a season. Really depends on what you want to do and or spend at the DT position.
Well, Rankins gets more of a up the gut pressure, right?
What are you trying to get here?
I'm comparing the two of them.
An edge rusher, you trying to sign a deep tackle, or you trying to sign a tweener?
Somebody who is the flexibility, because previous coaching staff like to, defensive ends at tackle at ends. And that seems to be the trend that the NFL is going on the defenses, the positional versatility on the D line. So somebody who has that.
That means Roy Robinson Harris.
I think that's going to be your guy, to be honest with you. There's one thing I want to see from Roy Rob, and that is
it's all about matchups nowadays. And if you have a defensive end and it's like, hey, that left guard, I can beat him every time. Well, you're going to line that defensive end up across from that guard at the tackle position. It's just a matchup. Who can win?
Or if I can line up at wide 9 because this left tackle like Braxton Jones can't stand the power rush. I'll run his ass clean ass over. That's where Roy Robinson Harris will be to your benefit.
All right. Well, there is inexpensive depth. Roy Robinson Harris.
I gotta honor the no maniacs in here. Nick Rimber says, "What about Javon Kinlaw?"
Where's Kinlaw? Is he in here?
He's a pure nose tackle. Pure nose tackle.
Kinlaw's there, but that's what we need, though.
Well, isn't he coming off like a series of injuries?
We're gonna find out here in a second.
Because that's why he wasn't on the field out there with the Niners.
We're gonna find out.
White Ghost says, does he know that Michael Strahan was breaking him up at 39 years old? Did you know that, Trips? Did your ass know that shit?
He's also
right. He was real okay. He also got a gap in his teeth. What do you want? It's Good Morning America. All right, but no. Is that the exception or is that the norm?
I feel like me and him are related because of that. Because like my family, that gap runs in my family in a major way. I didn't get it. My sisters, both of them have it, or 2 out of 3 of my sisters have it. It's crazy. Anyways, it just when I see Michael Strahan, I feel like I'm at home. I'm at home.
Right. How about
but when we look at players that can go to almost 40 years old in this sport, is that the exception or is that the rule?
No, I think like especially for offensive linemen and some D linemen, I think they can go a ways. They can keep a lot of tread on their tires because they're not getting into those big, large collisions that linebackers, running backs, safeties, defensive back, those guys get into head-on collision car crashes versus, the trench work is tough and hard work, but it's really close contact. It's really close contact, and you're not really putting as much damage on your body as you think you are from the outside looking in. So I can like linemen get better over time. I don't know why people just be shitting on a lineman because they're a little bit older. That motherfucker's better because of the shit he's been through. So it's a defensive lineman for the most part.
All right, so I think I found your 2 guys. So just a question, Nomad. BJ Hale's a true nose, right?
No.
He's
more of a 3
tech. That explains the sack number. Okay. So your guy then is Javon Kinlaw for sure.
As far as nose tackles go?
As far as really what Triple R is probably really looking at. He's a nose, and that's really where we're short. That's what you
well, how much does he want?
Just want beef and to stop the run.
He's young.
He's one of the names. Who else you got there?
His price tag is probably around 8 mil.
I mean, he's a solid.
Would he be better than Robertson Harris?
As a nose?
Well, yeah. Robertson Harris has the positional versatility, but
he's definitely not the guy that you want to sign if you want to beef up the interior of your offensive line. You want a nose, sign a nose. If you want a 3 tech that can play 3 tech and edge rusher and both, then you get that. You got to know what you're signing, man.
Minister Charles, I will get you when you're on the show, bro. That was. I will get you when you're on the show, man. Oh man,
let's go with Robertson Harris for the versatility, and we'll address D tackle in the draft.
Yeah, nose tackle you can get somewhere.
Okay, all righty. Where's Roy Robb? Roy Robb is right here. We're gonna offer Roy Robb 7.5, like they say. Oops. Nope. 110. We'll put him on a 2-year. We're gonna give him 15 up front, and he's gonna take it. You don't like it.
You know what? Nick, he says Javon Kinlaw ain't no joke. Nasty and violent. He is. If you saw that, the thing is, if you saw that consistently with Javon Kinlaw, we having a whole different conversation. But that shit shows up in flashes when he wants to. You see Javon Kinlaw as he can be a piece of shit on that field and just totally wreck an offense. But it only shows up sometimes. He could be at that point in his career where he really turns it on. Who knows? He's been in the league about 7 years.
There's one thing I wanted to say, and it just slipped my mind, and it was just snap count between Roy Robertson Harris and Javon Kinlaw. Snap count difference, realistically, Roy Robb is going to be a rotational piece. That's just the reality there. He's pushing about between 250 to 350 snaps in a season, and he played the full season. To that degree, Seattle didn't even, out of 17 games played, Seattle started him twice, right? So again, full-on rotational piece case scenario for him. Javon Kinlaw, mind you, started all 17 games last season and took about 600 and change by way of snaps. So that's why I was suggesting Kinlaw over Roy Robb as and that he fills that DT position. Moving on, we've got 26 million cap space, We still haven't touched edge, linebacker, tight end, wide receiver. Any of those interest you,
Let's
sir?
look at tight end.
You read what Derek is saying. It's like the draft is like you ain't gotta go crazy.
Yeah, that's why I went with Robertson Harris, because he can be edge and D tackle, and just focus on D tackle in the draft and not expenditure wise. All right, show me a tight end who's younger and can block and has nice hands.
It's probably this guy right at the tippy top. He's super good. He can catch, he can block. Juwan Johnson can actually do all of that stuff.
Who did he play for? I'm not familiar with him.
New Orleans, if I'm correct. Yeah, 28 years old. They haven't had a quarterback since Drew, since Drew Brees. He's been in the league for this is his third year. He's now a free agent.
How much?
Nick, you see what Nick is saying to me? He says you're hesitating to find a guy at a certain spot and hit up the draft.
Yeah, that's why we're keeping it moving.
Yeah.
I think I can get him for a good deal. I think I can get him for. They're saying his dead cap money this time around would look like $6.5 million for the season. I think I can get him for less than that.
All right, that's a good price. And he's young and he has talent in the blocking game and receiving game. I like it.
I would have to say so. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to at no offense? No offense.
I know he's too old. Come on. Okay. Who are you talking to, bro?
All right, just check. We're gonna try 5.5 on a 3-year.
And he said Nick is saying an underrated tight end might be Austin Hooper.
He is.
Nick is active with a motherfucker right now. He's in.
Yeah, Nick, remember, you're doing it. Austin Hooper would have been probably my next suggestion to you. He blocks like an MF2, and he gets out there. Oh, offer rejected. I'll give you a little bit more.
How much would Hooper cost? How much is he asking?
There's also Mo Alley Cox there too, who's probably 25 years old.
All right, so chat between the New Orleans guy, Mo Alley Cox, and Austin Hooper. Who we liking out there?
No, Mo Alley Cox is 31.
I'll be right back.
Okay, not Mo Alley Cox.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, so between Hooper and the New Orleans guy, who is the other tight end from Indy? Is that Hooper?
No, that's so Mo Alley Cox is the one from Indy.
Well, there were two from Indy, if I recall.
I don't think the other one is a free agent though.
Ah, okay.
There's some good tight ends on this market, to be frank with you.
Yeah, but $7 million isn't like horrible.
No, I think I can still get Juwan Johnson for about 7. So
but if Juwan Johnson is the quote unquote, better guy, go for him first.
Okay. 25 up front. He took it. All right, cool. 6.5.
Right, so how much in the cap left?
Probably. I was gonna say 20 mil. We got 19.6 left.
And how much do we need for rookies?
It's already been squared away. We've got 12 million saved for rookies.
All right. Show me wide receivers. Just who's available. Devontae, Kirk, Slayton injury, D Hop, Keenan no, Marquise Brown, Tyler no, a lot of old fuckers. Bourne, Mike Williams, Deontay, Tutu, Cordero Patterson, DeMarcus Robinson, Dortch, Osborne, Reynolds. None of these guys are doing anything for me.
You didn't look hard enough yet. So
DeAndre Carter, we just got rid of him. Anthony Miller, no thank you. Colin John, I thought he was available. Dante Pettis, get the fuck out of here. EQ Brown, been there, done that. ISR, been there, done that.
Visca Chenault.
Nikhil Harry, been there, done that. Yeah, I'm not seeing any names on that list.
There really isn't anything jumping out to me either. There usually is. Man, John Ross still plays in the NFL. That's crazy. He set that record, and now it's been broken. Sorry, John Ross.
Yeah, EQ was up in there.
EQ's there. EQ's a great blocking move.
But his hands as a wide receiver, no thank you.
Fair enough. I'm sure he'd take peanuts to come back to Chicago because I don't.
Yeah, we'll get a younger, better player in the draft.
Okay.
All right. Look at cornerbacks just to take a gander at what's there, and we're not taking or trading for Jair Alexander. So no.
Hit the lights up, like FFG says, man. Hit the likes, man. Hit the likes, y'all. We all enjoying this stuff, man. Hit the likes. It's just courtesy, bro.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got to lay it over. And we don't need like a starter quality, but like a quality depth quality. If there's anybody that would be attractive, or we will look to the draft for that.
Artie Burns, Tre'Davious White.
Any of these names jumping out to anybody?
Eli Apple, no. I would dodge all these human beings.
All right, safety. What are we looking at safety availability?
Okay.
Hey, Nick Renberg says, "What is Asante Samuel Jr.? How much would that run you?"
Is he a corner?
Yep.
Or safety?
He's a corner.
So he's not in this list, but I'll look it up anyways. Just whipping through to see if he shows up here. Yeah, I don't see any sign of Asante Samuel.
How much money you got?
19.
How many Asante Samuels could there really be?
19 mil.
Is there two Asante Samuels in the NFL?
How much? Quick question: how much you want to leave in the kitty?
Well, the rookie pool is already accounted for, so for the rest of the season, I'll like about 10 mil left, in case somebody pops up, in case we gotta fill an injury. So another 9 mil, I guess, to spend.
All right. So Tuafanga is a safety.
Yeah, he can't stay healthy though.
Yeah.
So Asante Samuel Jr. gonna cost about 11.5. That's just crazy for a cornerback right now, considering what we have.
Yeah, Kyler. Did we re-sign Kyler, man?
He's still on rookie right now, so he's likely somebody that they'll re-sign in season.
Okay. Safety. So yeah, go back to safety.
Justin Reed, Cam Bynum, Marcus Williams, Rayshawn Jenkins, Andre Sisco, Jordan Fuller, Justin Simmons, Miles Killebrew, Richie Grant, Andrew Wingard, Jeremy Reeves, Ashton Davis.
Anybody jumping out, chat?
Nobody.
Their guy says they're saying the Chiefs. I think they already released Reed, by the way. Talking about Justin Reed, the safety. What do you think about him? I can tell you what I think of him. I think he's
right there.
I think he's going to try. And again, they went to the Super Bowl. I guarantee you his
taxation.
You know what I'm saying? His market.
Find out, kid.
I'm going to find out for you. 15,000,005.
And is he a box or a free?
Either.
Or both.
Either. He's more free than he is box, but he can get it in the box too.
Yeah, 15,000,005 in that respect. I don't
try to give him like 10, 12.
You sure? Is that what you want to do?
Not me, Trip.
I'm asking Trip.
Well, I mean, yeah, if we could get him for like 12, because we got 19 left, and you got to have a little leeway. You just can't go in negative or spend it all. But we do have a need at safety if Bayard starts, aging out, or Brisker gets another head thing.
Sure, you don't want to just draft a safety?
Yeah, you can. Now you can offer him if he doesn't take that first offer and get to where Tripp's budget is.
Yeah, like offer him. I want to keep what I say, spend up to 9. So like offer him like 7, 8, 9. And if he takes it, we got that safety taken care of and don't have to worry about a top end draft pick for it. But if he doesn't take it, then we will address that later.
Okay. I can't even mess with it. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit ugly.
Move on.
And now Bayard, he's still on the team, right?
Yeah, you got to keep him.
No, we don't gotta keep him.
Okay, you don't.
I mean, how much is he making? And if we were to get rid of him, do we save anything, Bayard?
Too late.
Oh, okay. All right. Did what's his face accept that 7, 8, 9 million?
No, I gave him 9 at the top. He did not take it. 3 years, 9. Nothing up front because they'll just blow out that cap space you're trying to save.
All right, so let's move on to the draft because we looked at all the positions, offensive line, defensive line. We're gonna draft a running back. We've covered positions in free agency.
Boom.
And if I'm correct, our shopping list are 2 defensive tackles, a tight end, an edge, another inside offensive lineman. Tackles kind of suck this year. A wide receiver and a quarterback safety. Safety higher than cornerback. Cornerback later for depth.
What tackles suck this year?
The
Offensive
tackle class.
No, they don't.
Well, isn't the interior offensive line and D tackle deep, whereas tackle isn't?
Nope.
But you can get one in the second. You got 2 picks in the second, and the tackles at that point are actually pretty decent. But we'll get there. So let's finish this off, and I'll give you an idea as to what everything looked like.
All right, I can hear you. I got to have a wee real quick, but I can hear you.
You do that, and be a sweetie and wipe the seedy.
You about to go to the draft, right?
I will be shortly. I'm going to go over and first download his stuff, but I'll go over what his roster looks like while he's doing the darn thing. Thanks, McAfee. Anyhow, Triple R Chicago Bears roster looks a little bit like this. Caleb Williams, Austin Reed, Tyson Bagent at quarterback. Running back, DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson, Ian Wheeler fill the room. Wide receiver, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Simba Webster, Samori Toure, Tyler Scott, John Jackson. Tight end, we've got Cole Kmet, Juwan Johnson, and somehow Gerald Everett made it onto the squad, although he's already been cut. Whoops. Jordan Murray is also in the tight end room. So there's 2 cuts yet to really happen here. Probably saved another $6,000. 6 mil. Darnell Wright is in the offensive tackle room, probably superseded by Josh Neiman. Darnell's not hurt, but Josh Neiman will be on the left-hand side. Braxton Jones is hurt, my bad. Karan Amagaji is learning, and you've also got Jake Curhan and Theo Benedict, the Canadian Eagle.
Y'all smoking crack there.
Why?
Because you know damn well, man.
You just hate the Canadian. That's why.
Well, if he had any kind of potential, he's a song.
Well, he was hurt.
He was hurt. He hurt himself early in the season, and he's really a depth piece. He was UFDA.
It's a great story, but come on, dog.
It's a UFDA.
Yeah, I mean he's not like expensive, and if he gets beat, he can be cut. No big deal.
I ain't supposed to be talking no way. Let me shut the fuck up.
Perfect. Jonah Jackson, Joe Thuney, Ryan Bates, Bill Murray, Drew Dahlman, Doug Kramer, and Bill Murray are the guard room. Center room is Drew Dahlman, Doug Kramer, Ricky Stromberg. Moving over to the defensive side of the ball, we've got Roy Robertson Harris, interior defensive lineman at DT. DeMarcus Walker, who's clearly cut. Not sure why he's still here. Andrew Billings, Jervon Dexter, Zach Pickens. We've also got John Ford as well in the interior defensive line. Exterior defensive line, we've got Montez Sweat, Daniel Hardy, Jamry Chroma, another cut human being, Dominique Robinson. Next time I have to scrub this thing through. And Austin Booker fill out the room. As far as linebacker is concerned, Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards, Noah Sewell, Jalen Johnson. That leads us to cornerback. See, like some of these guys automatically were cut and some of them weren't. It's just a little bit odd. Leading us to cornerback, we've got Kyler Mann, Tariq, Josh Blackwell, Amir Speed, Terrell Smith. At safety, we've got Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, Jonathan Owens, Tavarius Moore, and Elijah Hicks. Long snapper is Scott Daly. Kicker is Kyra Santos. And punter is Tori Taylor. That's what she looks like.
You got a couple of comments you might want to read through. Derek Guy.
Derek. If I know the Bears not going to get Emanwari, but Xavier Watts, he's a game changer. I don't want no safe safety. I want an MF that gets turnovers and is a threat to score touchdowns. I'm with you there, Emanwari. Both of those guys are two guys that I would like at safety. We'll see how she goes, man. We'll see how she goes.
All right, that's one in the stock, and here's another one.
Yeah, you're going to need another edge in the draft, which is fine, but at least you can draft best player available now in round 1 and 2. Exactly. Right? And there's some quality edges, I have to admit, between early in the draft to early into the second round. So that would be my suggestion. As soon as you hit second round, get your offensive tackle, get your edge rusher in depth, and now you can groom those two positions, right?
All right.
That's my thoughts. But
y'all go ahead and get cooking, man. I'm gonna
let's see what Triple R actually does. So let me get this done and start her off for Triple R. Boom. All right, y'all. Well, we're cooking with gas. Why?
You gotta tell them what's going on, kids.
I know it doesn't like being this big, so I had to make it a little bit smaller. There you go. All right. So we're starting it up, man. Boom.
What are our offers?
You are on the clock. First offer, 37, pick 68, pick 73, a second round pick, and a third round pick in 2026 from the Las Vegas Raiders. They're definitely moving back in to get themselves some Ashton Jeanty love, and they just picked, I believe, 2 picks before this. So actually, before I show you, okay, let's look at these first. Second offer, pick 20 and pick 51 from the Denver Broncos. Not bad. Following pick, very similar to the previous one. Pick 31, 63, and 66 from the Kansas City Chiefs. They also give you their second round pick in the year 2026.
We just gave them a 4th round pick, and you get a second round back.
But looking at it, that's what is that? The very last pick in the first round.
You got it. That's what happens when you go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and then but you get hold on, slow down. So for Denver, move back 10 spots to 20, and they're only giving you, what was that, 51 to move back 10 spots. That doesn't seem like good value.
It's not terrible value. You don't really give up that much. You're only moving back 10 spots as opposed to 20, 21, or 27 spots with the
But look at that Raiders offer.
It's
so
a little
move
bit
back to 37. They'll give you 68, 73, and 20, 26 second and third.
I'm telling you, I know this draft, you won't get wrong there.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm looking at the the extra 2 picks in the top 75 plus future capital.
Ooh,
Mr. Charles says, take it. I'm with Mr. Charles on this one. Take that motherfucker right there.
Yeah, because of the depth and the things we need and the positions, I like that offer. The Vegas offer the best.
all right. So before you squeeze the trigger on this, but I think that's probably the best thing to do. We'll just go through what's been selected so far and what's on the board, and we can get the hell out of here. Cam Ward goes to the Titans. The Browns selected Will Campbell. Travis Hunter has gone to New York. Abdul Carter goes to the Patriots. Will Johnson goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Raiders took Shedeur Sanders, so that explains everything. They've got themselves a quarterback. Now they're getting the running back. Mason Graham DT's gone. Shamar Stewart is gone to the Panthers, and Tet McMillan, wide receiver, goes to New Orleans. So on the board right now, basically you've got some really nice stuff. You've got Ashton Genty, Armand Membu, Tyler Warren, and Kelvin Banks Jr., as well as Michael Williams and Tyler Booker. There's some nice stuff right there. But you want to do this thing, right?
Well, hold on. Now, what was the KC offer? Because pick 37 is already out of the first round.
You're right.
Whereas pick 31 is 6 picks better, so it's not a huge difference. But the compensation of the Raiders, what's all this flashing? So the Raiders, to trade back to picks 37, they would give up 68, 73, and a future second and a third. Now, what's the KC offer?
Mr. Shaw said he'd take the KC offer. Either one of them, I think, was the Raiders one. You get two for the price of one in the next year's draft. This one you only get one.
Yeah, well, see, for future capital, I would probably take the Raiders one, but for these circumstances, probably the Chefs.
All right, you do your thing,
because the Chefs are giving us more of premium picks this draft, and it's not as late picking as the Raiders.
So that's what you want to do. You want to give the Kansas City Chiefs Ashton Genty.
I'm just trying not to be overbearing.
The other way to look at this, right? So
let Kansas City have that motherfucker. We can get it.
Well, what was? Show me that Raiders offer again. 63, 50, 66, 68, and 73. So they're not that far off as far as compensation for those other picks, but that pick is later, but there's future compensation. Let's go to Casey.
All right, so this is gonna come back and bite you in the ass later on.
Just give him his shit.
I'm a selective.
Well, I mean, but I'm not drafting guys on. Well, I don't want this team to get that guy, so we got to take him.
He just wants Ashton Genty, man. Give him what he wants.
No, I don't care what he does. I'm just saying that later on, when the Kansas City Chiefs go back to the Super Bowl in 2025. With Ashton Genty as a running back, man, everybody's going to point at Ryan Poles.
Give me shit, kid. Give me shit.
All right, boom. There you go. The trade has been made. You'll be picking at selection number 31. And there's the homie you want, real talk. So, all right. Depends what you want to do here. We'll go through these offers right quick. Pick 31, 149 for 53.84. And a 2026 second rounder from Tampa Bay. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Philadelphia is offering pick 32 and a second round pick next year for pick number 31 and 149.
So to move back one spot and give up 149.
Exactly, yeah. And then there's Dallas, who will give you pick 44 and pick 76 for 31.
Taking that all day.
Yeah, give me that Dallas offer.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because we got a shopping list and we got some depth in this draft.
Okay. All right.
That's not the top shelf blue chippers, but we got some very good prospects.
All right. Boom.
All right. Now let's no.
Now you start drafting.
And next, what's the next offer?
All right. So this offer is 45 and 2026 second from the Colts. You'd also lose 149. Next offers from the Minnesota Vikings. Screw trading in division. But here we are, 97.
No, reject.
Don't be crazy. Start
Yeah,
drafting.
reject those. Wait, excuse me, Nomad. What are you supposed to be doing?
I'm just saying, man. We gotta. I'm
All
trying.
right, let's defensive tackle, best available. Let's go right there.
So Walter Nolan is more of a 3-tech. He's solid though.
Will he fit in Coach Allen's defense?
What do you think, Nomad? Yeah.
No, he's not the guy I would get.
Well, go back to what's the best available.
So best player available is technically Walter Nolan. Again, a 3-tech. It's
You gotta go by positions, man.
You're kind of
what's best available on the board right now. Just show me that. Yeah,
that's not the truth. That's not the truth, bro.
Excuse me, Nomad. What are you supposed to be doing?
I'm shut up.
All right, thank you. All right, show me what's tops on the board right now. Just all positions.
You're looking at it.
So you got a defensive tackle, offensive guard, safety, cornerback, tight end, and running back. All right, scroll back up. So looking at defensive tackles, who's the best available scheme fit wise for Allen? You may talk now, Nomad.
I can talk. Defensive tackle. Now, what are you looking for? You looking for 3-tech or are you looking for a nose tackle?
Just tell me who fits in Allen's scheme of the top tackles available here, like Nolan or Walker, Sanders.
Go to D. Is that all the D tackles right there?
The D tackles, sir.
On the board, TJ Sanders is the best player.
Okay, show me interior offensive line and offensive tackle.
Yeah, you didn't go down far enough either.
Well, I mean, for where we're picking right now, that's good enough.
Where do you want me to go? You know what I mean? You're at pick 39. So you want to see the offensive side?
Yeah.
So at guard, Don Jackson is right where you are. Wyatt Millen, Tate Ratledge, Dylan Fairchild. It's kind of the top few.
Okay, and offensive tackles.
Josh Connerly, not a bad look. Jonas Savainea, not a bad look. Marcus Embo, those are your top few guys. I also like Holland Pierce, but you're going a little bit further.
Who's Alfred Collins that Nick is talking about? What position does he play?
He's a nose tackle.
Collins.
He's a nose tackle.
He's a nose tackle? Yeah, he was in the list. He's available.
At 70. All right, go back to best available overall, rather. All positions. All right, so Nolan's not a fit. Donovan Jackson, is he a fit for what Johnson wants to do?
At guard. He's not.
So just to throw it out there, you got guards.
Right. That's why I was looking at tackles.
Yeah.
All right. So
are you leaning more offensive tackle or defensive tackle?
Defensive, because offensive just isn't available.
D tackle, the best thing you can do right here, because I think you can go double down here. You can get a 3-tech at one spot, and then you can go back and get a nose tackle, and that will probably be Jordan Phillips.
Question:
You can get TJ Sanders and Jordan Phillips right about now.
Yeah, don't do either one of those things. Why are you suggesting that?
Why the fuck would you tell him that?
Because why are you? So what happens to Jervon?
You don't even know.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, you two need to get a room.
No,
what happens? Hold on. What happens to the 3-tech that they just drafted 2 years ago?
Holy shit, man! We're trying to get some depth.
What are edges looking like?
But you have depth. He's the guy that they drafted right after him.
Oh my god, man! I'm here when you're ready to draft.
All right, scroll up back to
super valid questions. Why would you draft a 3-tech here if you have 2 3-techs on the team? Wouldn't you draft a nose?
What 2 3-techs? You talking about
Javon Dexter and Pickens. Those are the 2.
Means you just got some more depth. That's what that means.
But at this position, at position 39, at pick 39, wouldn't you want to pick?
He just said he wanted to draft a defensive tackle.
No, I said I'm looking at defensive tackles over offensive tackle, but that doesn't mean that I'm taking a defensive tackle right now.
Where are you leaning? That's what I asked you.
Well, that's what I'm still processing.
I'm sure you want somebody who's going to start.
Because I'm looking at.
I think the edge is your best value, bro. To be honest with you, if you're asking me.
Well, where's Edge at on this best available list?
Well, just go to the edges and I'll tell you.
Well, Jack Sawyer at 50 is the first one.
So you got Jack Sawyer.
Easy pick right here. It's easy.
Well, which guy are you talking about?
Landon Jackson, number 51.
All right, we'll revisit him in a minute. Go back to best available. All right, so no on the first 2. What about the safety Watts? Is he a starter? Does he fit?
Absolutely.
Watts is a good safety. Hampton's a good running back. The guy, Jonas Savain is a good tackle.
Where's our next pick after 41?
You've got 44. So you got 3 picks in the top 50 here.
All right, so let's give me Watts. We'll take the safety.
Boom.
What does this offer?
Move back 2 spots, pick 148 as well. So they're probably just jumping up for Walter Nolan.
Which we don't want, nor do we want Donovan Jackson or Morrison. So yeah, take this trade. No, or reject. All right, we got our safety. So looking at the best available, this Fanning guy, I heard he's good. Now, running back wise, look at the running backs because we got the next 2 picks.
Yes, you do. So you've got top running back in this list right now is Omarion Hampton.
Now, do we like him?
I think he's awesome.
Do we like him, chat? What's up, No Maniacs? Take Omarion Hampton at 43.
Derek guy is co-signing. I definitely co-sign, but again, I like the top 5 running backs, and I'd be happy.
Show the running backs, all the running backs available. Just running backs, rather.
So he's the number 2 running back in the list. Caleb Johnson's available. Quinshon Judkins is available. Trevion Henderson's available.
All right, stop there. After those top few guys, who do you like at running back?
After those top few?
Well, no, of the top few.
Of the top few?
Between Hampton, Caleb Johnson, and Judkins.
I think you pick Omarion Hampton here. If you're picking a running back, I would pick Hampton.
All right, Nomad, which running back do you like here?
I'd say go with the chat.
Chat? Gotta love Hampton.
I think there's a better player on the board.
What, all?
No. Edge.
Yeah, but he has the very next pick as well.
Yeah, I got the next.
He asked me a question. I'm answering. Look.
Well, I didn't ask you about running backs.
I just told you, Omarion Hampton. If chat says that, get him.
All right, Hampton sounds good. We'll take him.
Oh yeah, Omarion Hampton is the selection.
Now, what was that previous offer or next offer rather? Because that's too far. 5 spots, no, thank you.
So that offers literally to push you out of drafting Landon Jackson, who Nomad was probably about to tell you to select. I'm going to agree with that as well.
And what position is he?
There's Ashton Gelody.
Wait, you're saying all these names.
Ashton Gelody.
Well, you just passed Jackson.
Yeah, I'm looking for Ashton Gelody.
Ashton Gelody is probably going to be an edge rusher.
So you would pick Ashton Jaloti over Landon Jackson?
If Landon Jackson's there, take Landon Jackson.
Go back to all.
What about Jack Sawyer?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Oh.
So wait, you said Land, not Donovan Jackson.
I can't believe Landon is still there.
I don't see it. Where is? I haven't gotten to his yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is, 51. All right, what's our next pick?
Next pick is 63.
All right, and we need edge. Jackson's the guy. This is good value. Take Landon Jackson.
You're making yourself a pretty decent draft there, son.
All right, look at our no thank you. That's way too far back for a third rounder. No, next. 30 round. No, fuck no. All right, what have we picked up so far in our draft? My
So
picks, yeah.
thus far as a safety, Xavier Watts, Omarion Hampton, running back, Landon Jackson at the edge.
Probably should go D tackle or O tackle here.
Let's look at best available.
So one thing to note, I believe you picked at 60, so 63 and 66. You've got two tight picks here. Best available. So this is all. I'm going to have to say Josh Connerly's probably your best look right now.
Isn't that what you just said too, Nomad? The guy, Conley?
Nope.
Who'd you say?
I'd say defensive tackle is your best bet here.
Then Deion Walker would be next. I
But
like
he's not a fit, though, I thought.
No. Jordan Phillips, bro.
Where is he at?
You might can wait to get him because he probably fell down that board.
Jordan
Yeah,
Phillips had picked 126. So you got plenty.
right. So that tackle that's best available.
You can get a tackle here.
Connerly.
It's a steal. It's a steal.
Take him.
Boom.
Too far back? No, thank you. Rejection. All right. We're at pick number 66. All right. We took care of edge. We took care of safety. We took care of running back. But we just took care of OT.
Go to receiver. If Savion Williams is there, it's a steal. Oh my God.
91. Yeah. All right, what are our next picks?
2 picks before that's going to show
Are
up.
you kidding me?
Wait, is that what we're looking at? 66, 72, 76 next?
These are your next picks coming up. So
all right, what are best available on the board overall?
Got you. I would heavily suggest you fix the nose situation with Deion Walker.
Dog, he ain't that guy.
He's a nose.
Look at defensive tackles. Look at all tackles. But if he's not a fit, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
He ain't that guy. He's just big.
That's what you need. Big. Remember last year, all the times you talking about big.
You gotta be able to play.
I'm eating boy in the center. Remember all that? That's what that's
draft the nose tackle. Get goddamn Jordan Phillips. He's the goddamn monster there.
All right, but he's later. Just remember him for later. All right, so go back. We want to get Jordan Phillips, but not now. Just because of projection wise. All right, so we don't want Walker. Wait, go back to all. You're still on tackles.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so scroll slowly. We don't need Sanders. We don't Porter.
Is you didn't we got older, interior linemen. You didn't beef them up. You got mad because we got the older guys. Now you got
best available. I'm not seeing any interior.
Probably if he's still there.
I don't wait. Where are we at?
You got to go to guard. You got to go to guard, man.
He's gone.
Well, no, we're looking at all right now. Just keep scrolling slow on all.
Okay, my bad. Jonas Savaier is gone. Xavier Westropol might be a good look in that center if you're talking wide receiver. Jalen Rose.
To be honest, a steal.
All right, but as far as best available right now, it's 66. If we're taking the D tackle a little bit later, it was 90 or whatever he was. Between we got an edge, we got a safety, so we're looking at wide receiver, tight end, interior O line, and another D tackle. So out of those, out of the best available, what are we looking at?
Savion is the best player on the board.
Well, but
he's a weapon.
Yeah, but he's also projected at just 90 something, right? Was that the same guy, or who are we looking at there?
So, oh wow,
Savania went there at 55.
Sons of bitches, fucking Green Bay.
So best available overall.
So that's what you're looking at here now. Best available overall is Deion Walker.
No, keep going. No Sanders. With Porter Jones, keep going. Safety. Wait, what about that tackle? No, we already got tackle. We're good. It was the interior that we were looking at, but there's nobody jumping off there. Wide receiver, we like another guy. What about linebacker?
Nope.
Let's look at the list. He says nope.
But just looking at the all best available list for linebacker.
I want to know who the best player on this board is. Savion Williams.
Yeah, we got that. We haven't gotten that far yet.
We can get him in the next couple of picks.
Right, exactly. Linebacker here.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, my ass. You asked me a question.
Right, and I was like, yeah, we can get the Savion, or was it the wide receiver or the tackle or edge? I'll get confused. All these names are starting to run together.
So he's at pick 72. He's got
it was
6.
I hear you, Derek. I'm trying to tell him, man.
But Savion is projected where?
Don't matter where he's projected.
Pick 90.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll get him in a few picks. But I'm looking at best available, and we're at 66 now. And just projection for this algorithm, we got to play by the rules of this game.
So here's the best thing to do, Trish, to be honest with you. You go to tackle, offensive tackle. And then you look down that list, and you trying to firm up the interior of your offensive line. Go back up.
Yeah, I understand that.
Go back up. And so the best players there for that are probably, go down just a little bit, kids, just a little bit. It's probably Anthony Belton.
Belton? All right. Go back to best available. We'll get Belton. We'll get the other guy, but not now, because the value is further down for those guys. Going through now this list of best available, we took care of D tackle. We don't need that. We took care of running back.
You ain't get a nose guard yet.
Well, I thought we were doing that 90 something.
Okay, you're gonna get Jordan then, huh?
Yeah. And that's the guy you wanted?
No, I'm just giving you a little advice, best I can.
Thank you. Keep scrolling. We don't. What about wide receiver? Let's look at that real quick. Oh, that's the guy that we're taking, right?
You can also get yourself
Savion,
a slot receiver too.
Well, Savion's the wide receiver, right? At 109.
Yeah, guy that you can do anything with.
Okay, so interior offensive line, edge or D tackle. Who's the best available right now?
I'll probably go back.
That would fit.
Edge or D tackle, probably. You got to go to edge or D tackle, kids. TJ Sanders is a steal. Omar Norman Lott is a problem.
So between those two, which one would you take?
Probably Omar Norman Lott.
I still suggest you get Deion Walker as the nose tackle.
You didn't look at edge yet, man. You got one edge, but you can still look at him at least.
Kyle Connacht's good stuff.
Ashton Geloti. You talking about a guy that can give you everything along that defensive line. That's probably the best pick on the board right there. If you want to go with either one of those two positions, that's the best pick on the board.
All right, Ashton Geloti.
Yep. From Louisville.
Nothing on these linebackers?
He just said Ashton Jaloti, didn't he?
Is that who you want?
Well, I was asking. So
Yeah.
if he go up back to all and scroll on down, and where's Gelato?
Jaloti's an edge.
All right, so there's nobody that we're passing that's better than him at any position. There he is, right there.
You can go up a little bit.
We took care of safety.
So there's one position you didn't look at, and that's tight end.
Damn, fuck a tight end, right?
Yeah, but there's not one that's available now that I would really. Yeah, there's no there. Yeah, we've been through that. Gone back down. I guess the next best available for what we need would be Jaloti.
Jaloti. Do me a favor, y'all. Go if you haven't checked him out. Kids trips too, man. Go check that motherfucker out and then tell me how you like that draft pick.
Ready?
Yeah.
Boom.
All right. So we took care of that.
Available.
No, thank you. Next, no, thank you. Man, Vikings always trying to trade up with somebody. Damn. All right, best available. Scroll on down.
6. It's either Savion or Jordan Phillips.
All right, which was next up on the all list? Because we are almost through our shopping list.
So you're on all. This is what she looks like. Xavier Restrepo's a good look. Jalen Warrens is a speedster. Lathan would be great at safety, but you got a safety.
There that. Yep. Edge we took care of.
Double down. Holland Pierce is good. Savion Williams is the guy that he's standing on the table for and has been for about 3 selections now.
Right. Pick Savion Williams.
No. Jordan Phillips.
Wait, who?
Jordan Phillips, the D tackle. And then Savion Williams, because Savion's down there.
Go back up.
So you can get Jordan. Jordan Phillips is. I'm gonna go down just to see how far we're going. Yeah, that's where we're going.
He's a D tackle.
Pick 126.
All right, so okay. If that's how I was projecting him, go ahead and do what Trip said.
Yeah, go with the closer to the value is the Savion, right? Of what we need positional.
Absolutely.
All right, so you happy now, Matt? We're taking safety.
I'm just here, bro.
How tall is he? You bet you just passed him.
There's so many good players. There's so many good players here, man.
There he is. What's his size?
He's taking Savion Williams over Restrepo, and we need a slot receiver.
What, 6'3", 222? Yes, please.
Okay, all right.
Watch him on tape, and then you tell me if you take him over Restrepo.
No, Minnesota. No. Damn. Oh, fuck you, kitties.
Oh man, Deion Walker still on the board, 51, just dropping like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, fat ass. You think
hey, that's what we need. We need a big monster human being in the center to make sure
that can play.
Folks can't at 6'7", 300 plus pounds. I don't know who's getting around him.
I don't know how you two are going to survive to the draft. Jesus.
He just looks at shit on the surface, man. I look at the goddamn tape.
So we got 76, 116, and 148. All right, best available. Next up, we are looking at seriously who's like the best available at the positions of need. Linebacker, tight end at all, jumping off the board at you. Defensive tackle we took care of. So, running back we took care of.
Here are your tight ends. Elijah Arroyo's still around. He's pretty solid. Gunnar Helm is a good blocking tight end. Really, those are the two that I would talk about at this point.
You want him to draft a tight end? Just say it.
I asked. Brought up tight end, so
which one of the tight ends would be the better prospect between Gunnar and the other fella?
Asking me
on tight ends.
Go pull the tight ends back up one more time.
I'm asking you. I'm asking the chat. I'm asking everybody. So between Gunnar Helm and Elijah Arroyo.
Ooh. That is go down a little bit more.
Gunner can catch too.
I think, to be honest with you, man, from what I've seen on film, I think Mitchell Evans is probably the best pick here because you got an inline tight end and a tight end that can catch too.
Where is he at? Projected? Where is it? 178. All right, we'll revisit him.
Gunnar Helm is the truth too, but yeah, Gunnar Helm is probably the best guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we need a tight end, and he's the best guy. He's available. Gunner it is, and plus I like his name. Gunner. That's cool. Yeah, I see AC Adam. You know, we're taking care of tight end with the triple digit picks. Nah, I want to come up with a little more talent. Whereas linebacker, I would go down.
How many picks do you got, man? You got like 800 picks.
Well, that's kind of the point.
Okay.
We got holes to fill, baby. We need depth. We need talent. We need competition.
He's got a good couple of selections left to go. We're at 116 now.
All right, now there was somebody else that had the double last name hyphenated that we wanted. Wasn't there?
I'd go back in the trenches.
This guy. He's gone.
Jordan Phillips is the best player on the board.
Oh, no, that's who it was. It was Jordan Phillips in and around here.
No, he's right here.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that who you want?
Yeah, let's take him because he's a good positional value. And that will solidify those trenches nicely.
Good thing Cornelius Swall is here. He'd probably try to assassinate one of us for not taking Darius Alexander.
Oh, damn. Damn,
about that.
I like JJ Piguez. He's an interesting.
Well, look at what we've already gotten. Didn't we pretty much handle D tackle and edge?
Yeah. You should be real good in the trenches here as far as the defensive side is concerned and the offensive side.
I don't know about that. How many offensive linemen?
Well, look at what my picks.
So again, Xavier Watts, Omarion Hampton, Landon Jackson, Josh Connolly is your offensive tackle. Ashton Gillette, Savion Williams.
So he doesn't have an offensive tackle. He got one offensive tackle, no guards.
That's right. So you can either get a guard or a center here.
Yeah, let's look at best available.
Might want to look
between the two.
So offensive guard. Miles Frazier is probably the one that jumps out to me. I don't know.
Easy. Now you got your guard and your center right below each other. Miles Frazier is your guard, and Jackson Slade is the best center I've seen so far.
Better than a Seth McLaughlin or a Monheim?
Yes. Yep.
All right, go with the. Looking at my list, yeah, go with the center first. What, because they were right next to each other. What was the difference in picks?
Miles Frazier and Jackson Slade.
About 10 picks difference.
One's 48. One.
Your picks are back to back.
Okay, yeah, go with both of those guys. Offensive line's taken care of.
Sweet trips. That probably is the best one. That is good. You can't get better than that. That is smoking.
All right, and then no, thank you. Reject.
And Jackson Slater.
Right.
Hey, you get applause from AC getting applause. That's dope.
All right, now best available. We are pretty much we're good.
He just went.
Who did?
Marcus Tate. You could have really beefed up your O-line.
No, well, I think we pretty much have.
You can still get another tackle here.
Offensive or defensive?
Offensive or defensive?
Keep scrolling. Who's jumping off the board? Because we're in the 200s, and I don't know none of these.
You might be able to get your. You got your Thunder. You might be able to get your Lightning running back here.
And there he is.
What, ATS?
Somebody else.
Well, go to the running. Let's go to the running backs and see who's there.
Running back.
Boy, slow down. Go down. Just keep going down. Let's see who's there. Ooh. All right, go back to the top. Trevor Etienne is clearly Lightning if you wanna go there.
And what what we got? ATN 234. And show me wide receivers. Lester.
Good boy.
KLS.
You probably get him next
DeAndre Lambert Smith. That's your pure slot right there. That you
All right, let's go back to the previous guy we were just looking at. The running back, Trevor Etienne, the little brother, Etienne.
Take him.
Well, hold on. Yeah, where is YA? Is he still on there?
YA
Yeah.
The D tackle.
Just looking because Nick is asking about him.
He's available at pick 267.
You get a chance. So who were you about to pick there a second ago, Trips?
The
Keandre Lambert Smith.
Go back to all. Now scroll on down there. It was either ATN or
that's your Lightning,
right? But keep going.
But you already got DeAndre Swift.
That's why I'm like, keep going. See what else we got.
Keandre Lambert Smith is the best slot receiver, pure slot. You guys see that motherfucker on tape.
What about linebackers? We haven't gotten that yet. Who's available there? Because this is like a depth piece, developmental. So it's good. It's not good, but we can get him later now.
Go back to the top with the linebackers.
That is.
Keep going. Keep going down a little bit. Oh. Jalen McLeod's already been in the building. Yeah, that's not your value, Trip. It's a decent group, but it ain't your value.
Yeah, we can go UDFA on those. All right, go back to all, I guess, and just scroll slowly because we only got 2 more picks. Keep going. So we want to get that.
Travis is way down here. Holy shit. Now you got a chance to, if Josh Conley is not the offensive lineman you thought he was, now you can get Jalen Travis. What the fuck is he doing way down here?
Where is that tackle? We can shore that up.
Holy shit.
All right, give me that tackle and then that slot receiver.
I can't believe that motherfucker was down here. Slot receiver is KLS, Keandre Lambert Smith.
Just right someplace I just saw him.
I just got him a second ago.
There he is. Boom. There it is. There's the triple R motherfucking draft. Holla at your boy.
Ooh-wee. That motherfucker right there might be the best looking draft.
Holla.
Off season right there.
Holla.
I can't hold you, kids. You send that to me through email or something. I'll hook that up.
Shucky ducky. Quack.
Trip went absolutely retarded and got how many picks he get? 12, 13?
12.
And a KC second for next year.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. And now all of those are primarily dogs, right?
All of them.
That's what I'm talking about.
All of them. Every last one of them. I don't see nary a dog. Only question mark I would have on this thing is if Gunnar Helm is going to be the tight end. I think he is, and I think he can be.
And that was the purpose of the free agent signings that I did, to have the old guys, if you will, to be the starters or fight for the starting position. But you look at this draft class here, you want these guys to develop to those guys who are going to be the top free agents or, the top paid guys at their position. And if these guys have the opportunity to do that as being coached up. That's why I want more bites at the apple, to have, those 20 somethings that are developing and can play, that aren't just in the well, what do I do? No, they can come in and play and get better. So with these 12 picks, with the free agent signings, this would be a squad to contend with for, a few years to come, build through the draft development while having the Yodas in the rooms, if you will.
19, 20-year-old says, there, guy. Hey, you know what, Trip? I can't lie to you, man. Now, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I'm looking at this, and I'm talking about from 1 to 6. Crazy. Then you get a tight end there. This is absolutely insane. I've studied every last one of these motherfuckers on here. They dogs, every last one of them. They dogs. I'm telling you, Trips, you went crazy and got all these draft picks, but what you did with them, all these draft picks, you got absolute dogs at every single position. Download this motherfucker, kids, and send it to me, because I'm proud of this one. I'm very proud of this. I'm proud of all of the drafts that we did, but this one is different, man. You can't get no better than this. I don't think so.
Something for Minister Charles and Ryan Post to aspire to.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Kids, I see your lips moving, but I can't hear you, kids.
Oh yeah, got to take that mute off. We'll see what Minister Charles has to say about all this when he comes up and shows out this weekend.
Like Jimmy's saying here, he's also started many of his mocks at 39.
And you know what, Jimmy? If you're a bad motherfucker and you know what you're doing and you know what you're looking at in this draft, you can start at 39. You can start at fucking 40. Absolutely, Jimmy. When you know what the fuck is in this draft and you're sure about it, you can start at 40 and laden your draft with some dogs. You just got to know what you're looking at. Absolutely, Jimmy. But go ahead, Trips. I got in the way. I got overzealous there.
See, people are going to realize that Hampton has no vision or breakaway speed.
He's not my top back. Not even. He's not my third or fourth best back. But that I kept that quiet. I didn't say nothing. I let him do his thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's all a crapshoot. It's like, well, we need a running back. Oh, Hampton's a kid. He has his negatives. He has his positives, as do they all. Yeah, but he can play football.
My favorite back, you all will goddamn see tomorrow. You all will see tomorrow. I'm gonna lead the day with that one. I'm gonna do a video on that, and I got a whole thing to say about that. You all will find out who my favorite back in this draft is for Chicago. I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna leave it there. Some of y'all probably already know. But I'm gonna really embellish when I do this video. When I think about a Chicago running back, I think about a certain kind of guy. And you'll find out that tomorrow.
Yeah. For me, last season, it was Bucky Irvin, and he went out elsewhere and killed it. But I hope we get it back. That will kill it even more this time around. That's for darn sure. But here's your draft class, bro. Xavier Watts at safety at pick 39. Omarion Hampton, running back, pick 43. Pick 45 was Landon Jackson, edge rusher. Pick 63, Josh Connerly, offensive tackle. 66, Ashton Gillott. Pick 72, Savion Williams, wide receiver. 76 is Gunnar Helm, tight end. Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle at pick 116. Pick 148 is Miles Frazier, offensive guard. Pick 149, Jackson Slater, offensive guard, but you're going to play him as center. Pick 235, Jalen Travis, offensive tackle. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised he's as far back as he was. Like he performed very well at the combine the other day. I'll put that out there too.
Who now, kids?
Jalen Travis.
Okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's a little. I was surprised to see him that far back. 242, Keandre Lambert Smith, wide receiver, Auburn. That's your draft, and a 2026 second rounder from Kansas City. Boom.
You're gonna see that. You're gonna see that tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see that tomorrow, and you're gonna see why, Jimmy. I'm gonna give a good, wholesome Chicago response to my favorite running back, because when I'm done with it, I think y'all understand when you look at the tape.
Let's see. Looking at this, it looks like the little blue things are trade backs. So I made trades that acquired 7 extra picks in the top 150.
Mm-hmm.
So if that can be a target area that is trading back worthy from 10, that's why I would go this route as opposed to saying, well, Genty's there. We're going to take Genty and we'll figure out the rest later. It's like, I don't see Genty as being able to fill every one of the holes that we have and that we need. This does that. It gives up on him, but it allows the opportunity for more.
It's coming, Dobbsy. It's coming. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I know a Chicago running back when I see one. I know what we like in Chicago. We want some physicality. I'm gonna bring that to you. All right, but just kids, if you don't mind taking that down, you got it already downloaded.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we can take it down for now. That's a great mock though, Trip. I ain't lying to you, and I take no credit for it. It was you for listening and just heeding some advice here. It was great, man. I mean, these players, I would just advise, send it to Trips too. Send it to his email. And if you haven't seen these guys thoroughly, just look at them. Just take a good look at them. If you do nothing but look at highlights, just look at them and tell me what you think, man. These are some, like, Gunnar Helm is the only one, and I don't even think he's I think he's a really good pickup. But other than that, I have no questions about nobody in that draft pick. I mean, in those drafts. It was great.
And if there is not a big difference between picking at 10 and falling back to 30, I think you take that because you got to take the value. We take one blue chip player. Okay, we got one blue chip player, but we still got all those holes to fill. I don't understand how, that's logical. It's like, well, you get the blue chip players and we'll do something. Yeah, what? To fill those other spots with talent.
Yeah. And by the way, AC, I got Irv Mulligan highlighted on the channel. That's an HBCU guy. I'm gonna have to do a HBCU show. Hopefully, Trips, you'll jump in on that one.
Did you yesterday when we were talking about the trade kids, I read that tweet from old girl about the Vincent HBCUs, and we did a live on the air invitation, to clip up for an HBCU.
I did it.
Prospect special.
I did it on Twitter. I tagged you.
Oh, okay, I haven't been on there like that, but I'll make sure that I'll follow up and just say, hey, y'all see this? Get with us. Because these are, content creators that are knowledgeable in the space of the HBCU prospects. And we're talking about prospects, let's holler at them.
Man, dude, I'm going to follow up even further. I put that clip there. It's a good clip because it really highlighted what you said. And I just tagged you after I put the clip there. But I'll follow up with those people that were tagged before that. And so we'll follow up. We'll get it done, man. Don't worry about it, Trish. We got it.
Right on. Uncle fucking motherfucking Foster.
Oh, there's the homie. What it do, Foster? Yeah, no, I was actually watching the show for the most part, maybe 20 minutes after you guys started up. So I was paying a little bit of attention to what was going on. I was so mad. But in the end, we got Joe Thoney, so I'm okay.
Clay Webb, guard, Jackson State.
And then Cocaine Bear came in and told me that he's hurt. So there's that. Let's hope that's not really the case. Let's hope that that it was the cocaine.
Hell of a drug.
Hey, you know what, man? Because I can't believe we got through this show and my girlfriend ain't here yet. I'm finna I'm finna check on her ass, but that's a whole other conversation. Why you ain't at home yet? Another shit. That's other shit that goes on. But look, man, this is a good show. We started off with the local news of the day, and speaking of the devil, that's her texting me right now. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Letting her know. She heard me. She heard me, didn't she? So I just wanted to know. I want you let you guys know, man. This is good conversation, man. We started off with the moves that Ryan Poles made for Ben Johnson. We argued about it. We had back and forth about it. You guys got to witness it live on the show. It was fun. We talked about some possibilities as cap casualties, some free agents that are out there. Guaranteed, this thing is going to move rapidly, and it's going to be something that goes on in the next between 24 to 72 hours. We're going to have another big move, and whether it's offense or defense, I think it's going to be defense. It's going to be the table's going to get set. You're going to hear something like the Bears are heavily in pursuit of this player. It might be Chase Young. It might be Josh Sweat, whoever it is. We can go back and forth about who those guys are and what they bring to the table. But the truth is the Bears are being aggressive, and that's what we want. They're starting in the trenches. That's what we want. That's what we said we wanted. That was the assignment for Poles and whoever these coaches were, and it's Ben Johnson. So I'm nothing but satisfied right now. And they just got started, kids. Let's give out some pleasantries before we get up out of here.
Awesome. We will start with the big homie Marco King for being today's like the third person who jumped in. Cocaine Bear is in super early. Shout outs to FFG. Thanks for coming through, big homie. You'll be on the show there tomorrow. In 2 nights, Friday night. Nick Rembert's doing the darn thing out there, killing it in the chat. Joseph Archer was with us. It's Crimson, held it down for the better part of the evening. AC Adam held it down as well, right to the bitter end. Black Diamond was with us, chopping it up. He seems to really like what's going on. Jay Capone the Don was with us. Rex Smith, shout out to you as well. Paul Rodriguez, MC Fact. No love for legit Packer fan. I love how I can give no love to legit Packer fan and no love to Don Burr, who hasn't been in the chat since they got bumped out of the playoffs.
Hey, has somebody done a wellness check on him? Because he every Bears podcast, every Bears content, he's always up in there. But since that loss, we ain't seen that brother.
He's missing in action on 8 Mile somewhere. We will have to send a good old APB, but it happens every season. Every season, Don goes missing the minute that the Lions get bumped out of the playoffs or just bumped out with a 0-win season. It is what it is. So no love to Don Byrne, no love to
because you know what I told him? I told him exactly what was going to happen. I said, you guys are good enough to get there, but your quarterback is going to let your ass down every single time. And what did he do? What did he do? What did Jared Goff do in the end?
I said the same damn thing. I said, if the Lions again, you're going to go missing in action on 8 Mile. It was literally what I said to him, and now we can't find him. Somebody send out the APB, man. Somebody send it out. Shout outs to Kevin Scott, AC Adam, Victor Perez. Who else we got out there? Jose Sanchez was doing it large in the chat.
Jose Sanchez, Celtic 7 C's.
Charles Johnson will be joining us apparently this weekend on Sunday night show. Make sure that you holler at the Nomad here. Let me get you fixed up here. Oh yeah, boom.
That's for you too. That's for you too, Derek guy. Anybody that wants to email and you want to come on the show and you want to kick it with us and chop it up, man, all you got to do is holler.
Yeah, holler at the email address down there at the bottom, nomadlivepod2023@gmail.com. We'll get you on and we'll do the darn thing as per normal, the way it's supposed to be done. Shout out to White Ghost. I didn't see you out there, White Ghost. Should have been paying more attention. Derek Guy's been with us the whole night long. Smitty Q doing the darn thing out there in the chat. Double M, good to see you, bro. Good to see you, Double M. Who else we got out there? Let me see. Oh, Ron C in the place to be. Shout out Ron C. Mr. Mayhem jumped in. Good to see him as well. Missing anybody? Gotta be a couple more people. Christopher House cussing me out. No problems, Chris. It's all good. It's all love. Trapper Keeper was with us too. ATF. What's popping, ATF?
Look at
Ant Mass.
look at Scroll says Don Burr got arrested for stalking his boy.
Oh, damn. Scorned lover.
Let's leave that there. We're gonna leave that right there.
That's a great way to end the show, though. D Rocket Dreams Burns was out there with us too.
He missed that meat.
Nuggy. Who else we got? The Scrolls for sure. The Scrolls was with us. Dobsy 34 in the grass was down with us tonight as well. Good to see both of you guys out there doing the darn thing. Chris Foster, the real Bears fan, aka Chris Foster. Good to see you, my dude. Who else? Oh, Yeshua Reigns was out there with us too. And
there's Smitty Q said, kids, that report on Tooney's Peck was from last year before the Super Bowl.
Thank goodness. Damn, you must. Yeah, I told you.
Bear was on one. He was on.
I told you it was the cocaine. That's what I told.
Hell of a drug. I don't do cocaine. It just clears up my sinuses.
Mm-hmm.
It smells delicious.
Bears ball. Who else we got? Anybody else? I'll be a couple heads I missed. Oh, Liberty's Outlook. He was looking out for us tonight. Sophisticated Thoughts was keeping it real out there. Anybody else?
All the no maniacs.
Getting to the bitter end, but good to see you guys. Thanks for coming through, and mad respect to all the no maniacs, the super no maniacs as well. Oh, Marlon Johnson, super no maniac. I missed you out there. Big shout outs to you. I think that just about rounds it out, man. I think.
Right on.
Yeah,
big up to all the no maniacs who joined us here live for some extra sauce, as well as the hundreds and thousands that we'll view later on demand. Thanks. Make sure you hit the like button whenever you are viewing, whether it be live now or later. We appreciate it. And hit that subscribe button and become a member, all of that fun stuff. And be sure to check out my own personal channel, my own personal endeavors at Sports Chicago Style. That's the name of the channel here on YouTube, as well as the social medias, the Ko-fi, Patreon, and website. Thank you. Come again.
So 2 more. How We Are Bears is with us there. And shout out to our guy Foster Covers, as per normal. Big love, Foster. Nomad, take us away, man. Take it away.
Well, I want to leave you guys with something encouraging tonight, man, because I was very encouraged tonight by what I've seen tonight, the engagement, the conversation. We keep it real over here, man. It's gonna be because we all boys, and we're gonna have different opinions, and that's what it is, man. And everybody in the chat, they kept it. You know what I really enjoy about this channel is the community that we're building. And that environment right there really keeps me. Every time I get, I feel like I'm getting a little bit tired, and I want to, damn, I need a break, dude. I'm telling you, this community keeps me engaged, man. The comments after the show, the emails, people, it's just constant, man. It's constant, and this is what I asked for, man. I asked for us to be able to come out here and be received by all these people, man, and y'all are doing a great job of doing that. Make sure y'all hit this like button. Make sure y'all are not, if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Either one of them is free. If you want to help the channel out and help us grow, just grab a membership. It's only $4.99 a month. You can go to the YouTube page where you see the icon, go directly, not to a show, go directly to the YouTube channel where you see the icon, and you go right below it, and you'll see join. Hit the join button and become a super no maniac. That's only going to help us produce more and more content. Helps us be better. Whatever Kids is doing, Trips is doing, it all helps. It all helps. Guaranteed. So just know whatever you're giving, it's going to pay off in the long run. We're going to get that website back up here. I know I've been saying that for weeks and weeks, but that's going to happen sooner rather than later. So I just wanted to say that before I give you this encouragement. And so wherever you are, whoever you are, and whatever you're doing, life is dealing to you, right? Life is dealing to you. And most of the time, we don't like the cards we're being dealt. I don't care who you are. 9 times out of 10, you don't like the cards that's being dealt to you. This is what it is. This is what's available. Take it, or that's it for you. Listen, one thing I've learned in this life, working with, being a mentor and a counselor, you have to learn to be proficient at encouragement. You have to. It's not that it's empty words and it's just you just talking to be talking. No, it's real stuff. I've taught people over my lifetime, and it wasn't just kids. It was adults. It was all kinds of mentoring. It was just everything. It was young people. It was older people. And the bottom line is you're going to get dealt a certain hand. What you do with that hand is totally up to you. It's totally up to you. Now, I tell people all the time, if you don't like the hand you're dealt, reshuffle the deck. What does that mean? That means I'm no perfect individual. I've been through things in my life. Yes, I was a star athlete. Yes, I went to college and got a scholarship and was a star athlete there. That's minimal when it comes to the rest of my life. The rest of my life had to be lived, and I've been through some things. And I'm not one of those persons I've seen the streets. I've been there. I had to do things at times. I thought I did it at least. I had to make things shake. And when I was in that mode, trust and believe me when I tell you, you can, like the words on the motto on the logo that says think, see, manifest, that's not empty words. That's real stuff. If you can think it and you can see it, you can manifest it. You can make something shake. So if you don't like the hand that you've been dealt, shake it up. Shake it up. Reshuffle the deck. Reshuffle the deck. Make them deal another hand. You can make things happen. I'm one of those people that truly believes in the power of your words. If you say it, so shall it be. If you say you ain't shit, you say your life ain't shit, you say your situation ain't shit, and it ain't shit. If you say my life is worth living, this life is worth having, this situation, I can get it better tomorrow. Believe it. But until you believe it, it's worth shit. You got to believe it. You got to believe it. You can make something shake too. Guaranteed. You can make it happen. You just got to believe that you can. Until you do that and really manifest that mindset in your head and in your body and in your spirit, I'm telling you, you're going to struggle until you determine that I can make this deck reshuffle. Make it happen, man. I'm just saying. Just saying. Love you guys, man. Appreciate you for being here. It's a great show, man. I had fun doing it, and I know these guys did too. Appreciate you guys for being here, Trip and Kids. It was great. We're going to continue to keep growing and having great shows, but I want to leave you with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.